And lastly, International Relations Minister Ronald Lamola says in the SADC ministers' meeting, they emphasized the importance of peace and security in the region. He says a decision was also taken to re-establish the Mining Ministers' Forum with the aim of protecting minerals in the region. Lamola is in Zimbabwe for the SADC summit that will take place this weekend. President Cyril Ramaphosa is also expected to join other heads of state and government.
This will look at the critical minerals which the SADC region is endowed with this mineral, holding about 25% of these critical minerals that the world needs for electric vehicles, for smartphones, and so forth. So we see this as an important catalyst for our industrialization strategy. And as we host the G20, this should be at the core of our program to ensure that this regional integration helps us to achieve these strategic goals.
Recapping the top story at 9, several highly placed sources have confirmed to SABC News that EFF Deputy President Floyd Shivambu has asked the party to release him from all his duties, including Parliament. Shivambu has been the party president since its founding in 2013. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour. For SFM News, I'm Eva Chipa.
And that's the news for this hour. A theft, accident and 1 million rand liability cover, all covered by Outsurance Essential. Get a quote today. SMS CAR to 43187.
SAFM is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAFM and SMS the keyword SAFM88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply. The Talking Point with Cathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays 9 a.m. till midday.
Three important examples of African women's leadership in terms of contribution to the world at large, which are not so widely known. In 1792 elections in Sierra Leone, all heads of households, 1/3 of whom were women, voted. According to Sharma in his book, Rough Crossings, Britain, the Slaves, and the American Revolution, quote, female voting was something that even the French Revolution, in its most radical phase, had not been able to contemplate. Indeed, the Jacobins were hostile to the idea. It was not momentous then that the first women to cast their vote for any kind of public office anywhere in the world were black liberated slaves. This was 40 years before the suffrage movement gained the vote for women in Britain in 1832, and 88 years for the United States, where women got the vote in 1920. In 1977, the Greenbelt movement of Kenya, led by Nobel Peace Laureate Dr. Wangari Maathai, a scientist, made the link between deforestation and climate change and noticed the impact of seasonal changes to the agricultural cycle. They started planting trees to combat this. Long before the world held a UN Earth Summit, Africa was the laboratory for early anthropological studies of women and gender roles. In the pioneering book, Women, Culture and Society, edited by Rosaldo and Lamfair in 1974, African-based studies helped prove that gender asymmetry was not a natural, but a socially constructed phenomenon. I would like to evoke an African saying credited to the Yoruba of Nigeria that best expresses aspect of female leadership in Africa. It goes like this: men may be the heads, but women are the necks that turn the heads. In the African context, we may have to look in all the right places to fully appreciate the extent, complexity, richness, and impact of African women's leadership through the ages.
Philomena Steady, Professor of African Studies at Wellesley College. It's 8 after 9 o'clock. Welcome to the Talking Point. Great to be back with you this morning, and a big thank you to KG for standing in over the last couple of days. I'm Cathy Mohlahlana, and I'll be with you until midday. Looking forward to being in your company. And it looks like we're in for quite an eventful day, right? We kicked off the day with breaking news around the EFF. We'll have to look closely at what exactly is going to happen at midday. But all indications are the writing is on the wall, and that the party's deputy president, Floyd Shivambu, is leaving the organization. That is quite a shakeup, right? Especially as somebody that has been there since its foundation. I wonder what the impact of this is going to be on the EFF. And of course, they'll also be asking, well, what does he have up his sleeve? What next then for Shivambu? Is he going to stay in politics, or is he going to, chart a whole new path altogether? Is he going to go and be an academic, perhaps? Maybe start an institute somewhere on the continent? Who knows? So I think we'll have to wait until midday to get a better sense of that. Samkela Maseko, though, is going to give us just a roundup of what exactly we are anticipating in the next couple of hours, and he'll be joining us shortly to run us through some of these events. It is, of course, the first hour of the show, which is your open line. You get to set the national agenda, and I'm getting ready to take your calls. The open line, the number to dial for our studio, 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. And on Twitter, it's at SFM Radio, the hashtag there, SFM Talking Point. So coming up in the second hour of the show, it is a Thursday, so we're going to be doing Municipal Watch. And today we're focusing on the Mohlahlana municipality out in Limpopo. We'll be speaking then to the representatives of residents. They're planning a protest tomorrow. We'll talk to the Municipal Workers Union, and the mayor of Mohlahlana will also be part of the conversation. And then we'll wrap up the show focusing on eradicating poverty in our society, and in particular in this country. How do we eradicate poverty, in particular period poverty, and it's such an issue, and I'm so glad that it's a conversation that has been largely mainstreamed, and that's really the experience of young girls, young women. They, of course, being heavily affected every single month when they go on their period, because they can't access sanitary products, because they cost so much. Why are we not making these products freely available for young girls? You've got condoms when you walk into public bathrooms, right? You can easily access those, but why would you not be able to access sanitary products, especially now that we know the kind of impact that it has on the schooling life of the girl child? So we'll have that conversation in the final hour of the show. Today, we are the ones that are running the SAFM 88th birthday competition. So SAFM will be giving away 88,000 Rand in cash. That is 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners. Well, what could you do with an extra 8,800 Rand? And all you have to do to stand a chance of winning your share of that cash prize is to, number one, stay tuned to SAFM like you're doing already. Number two, SMS SAFM 88 followed by your name. SAFM 88 followed by your name to 41391. That's SAFM 88 followed by your name to 41391. That's all you have to do to be part of the competition. And today on the Talking Point, because we are running the competition, you've got to listen up until the show is done, because towards the end of the show, we're going to start calling the listeners who have been randomly selected as part of the competition. And you know how it goes, right? When we call you, the listener must answer with SAFM 88, and that will guarantee you your win of 8,800 Rand. So stay listening. Today is one of those days where if you're getting a call from a number you don't know, don't block it. Don't reject it. Don't reject the number. If you're running away from your creditors, today is the day to make peace with them. Answer the phone, because the solution to your problems might be on the other side. And at least I've given you a hint that in the last hour of the show is when we're going to start calling people. So please get in touch now to be part of the competition. SMS SAFM 88 followed by your name to 41391, and you could stand in line to win your share of 88,000 Rand. And those SMSs are charged at a premium rate of R1.50 per SMS. Free minutes and SMS bundles in this instance do not apply. So I'm getting ready to take your calls on the open line 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial this morning. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
The world's best cooking show is finally here. MasterChef South Africa Season 5. You'll meet 20 talented home cooks from around Mzansi, Noma Upumali, and no matter your favorite dish, see if the chefs can handle the heat in the kitchen in a race to be crowned MasterChef South Africa. Every Saturday, 7:30 p.m. only on S3 Channel 193. MasterChef South Africa, the world's best cooking show, proudly sponsored by Pick n Pay.
Your own panel beater is like your loyal childhood friend. Been there through it all. You trust them. Outsurance gets it. That's why with Outsurance Essential, your claim is paid out in cash to use your own panel beater. Also get up to 1 million Rand liability cover and other great benefits at a low cost. Outsurance Essential is priced for cars older than 5 years, valued under 125,000 Rand and not financed. SMS car to 43187 or call 08600 60,000 today. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The Talking Point with Cathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, a message has just come in from Anonymous. Anonymous, Cathy, you said one can stand a chance to win 88,000 Rand. Let me be clear. There is overall 88,000 Rand to be won. But you, as a loyal listener, stand a chance of winning 8,800 Rand. I hope that's clear. 8,800 Rand to 10 lucky SFM winners. That's part of the competition that we're running. All right. Samkele Maseko, you're on the line. Samke, good morning.
A very good morning to you, Cathy, and to the listeners.
Okay, so we're in for quite a day today. Run us through what we are anticipating in as far as it relates to the EFF.
Indeed, the political tectonic plates are shifting at Winnie Madikizela Mandela House, where the EFF Deputy President Floyd Shivambu has said that he will not be renewing his party membership of the EFF in the Greater Johannesburg region in Ward 44, which is one of the best performing branches of the EFF in the Johannesburg region. He has effectively now requested to be released from all duties in the EFF and to be released as a member of parliament as the political fallout after the 29th of May elections continues within South Africa's political arena, not only within the EFF, but also in other political formations as well. So Floyd Shivambu is definitely in a resignation letter he sent to the Secretary General of the party, to the President of the party, Julius Malema, and also to the Central Command team, has requested that he be released of all of his duties and will not be renewing his party membership, but rather synonymous of Floyd Shivambu to run out of party membership, as he did in the ANC when they were being disciplined as ANC youth league leaders.
It's a big moment for the EFF and undoubtedly also for its president, Julius Malema. Him and Floyd Shivambu have come a long way.
Him and Floyd have really come a long way from their days in the ANC Youth League. One will say that Floyd grew up in the structures of the Progressive Youth Alliance with Julius Silo Malema. They having met in the PYA when Floyd was in the Young Communist League, and also leading at the University of Witwatersrand, Wits University, and ultimately became the spokesperson of the ANC Youth League when Julius Malema was president. When Julius Malema was expelled from the ANC, Floyd Shivambu was part of those who were meant to be disciplined, but Floyd could not be disciplined by the ANC because Floyd's membership in the ANC had expired, and thus was no longer a member of the African National Congress. Hence now, he's no longer a member of the EFF with his membership having expired. But it's been rather long years, them growing up together, them raising the EFF. They formed the EFF that is 11 years old now, and ultimately they formed the Economic Emancipation Movement, which they call the July 26th movement after the Americana Massacre. And that will tell you that they've done a lot of things together, whether they agreed, disagreed. They've been friends, they've been comrades, they've been... This is effectively, Julius Malema has never had a deputy president that he served with for 2 terms. Floyd Shivambu is the very first person he has served 2 terms with in a structure as deputy president, and it ultimately has now come to an end with Floyd Shivambu saying that he is ultimately leaving the party. It's not yet clear where he's going to go. He's asked there be no character.
Do we anticipate, Samkelo, that he's going to stay in politics?
He has said that he will be within the political space, that he will not betray the generational mission of economic freedom in our lifetime, and that will ultimately mean he will still pursue for the economic emancipation of the African black child and pursue the 7 cardinal pillars from the nationalization of the mines, nationalization of the strategic sectors of the economy, and land expropriation without compensation. But he's not the only one who is supposedly rumored to be leaving the EFF. There are many others who are rumored. We earlier on said that Carl Niehaus would also be one of those, but he has since reached out and saying, no, Samkelo, I am not leaving the EFF. I've got no intention of leaving the Economic Freedom Fighters. But it has been rumored that there are other leaders of the EFF, some members of parliament, others maybe in the CCT, that have ultimately will be leaving with Floyd Shivambu. It's not yet clear who those other EFF leaders are at this point in time. It's just sources branding about names.
Wow, it sounds like it not only rains, but it also pours this morning where the EFF is concerned. Samkelo, we'll leave it there for now. It's a story that we'll keep a close eye on, and that briefing by the EFF expected to get underway around midday. That's when a lot more clarity within this conversation will be provided. That's our senior political reporter, Samkele Maseko. All right, let me go to the phone lines and then get into the open line. In Pretoria, Custody, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. Is Custody your real name?
It's
on your
Cassidy.
ID?
No, it's Cassidy.
Oh, it's Cassidy. Oh, yeah. Okay. So my producer got it down wrong. Okay, apologies.
Yeah, no.
Apologies.
Absolutely no problem.
And I thought I'd never seen a name like that. Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right, Cassidy. Yes, good morning.
Right, good morning. No, I wanted to speak about Minister McKenzie and the GNU. How's it going so far?
Okay.
But with a particular emphasis on Minister McKenzie. This man is brilliant. The Patriotic Alliance is represented in councils across South Africa. We have an MEC, or it has an MEC. It now has a national minister. Because of that exposure, I have no doubt that in 2026, the party where Mr. McKenzie comes from is going to do exceptionally well, merely because it has exposure now. It's able to demonstrate to South Africans what it can do. Worse yet is the news that just came. Hashem, the EFF, they're just going through a lot. They are not leading any council. They are not represented in a province. They don't have a minister. They are going to, the opposite of what is happening to the Patriotic Alliance is going to happen to the EFF. They are just going to disappear into obscurity because things keep going wrong for them, while clearly for Minister McKenzie, things are going exceptionally well. Yeah.
Look, I think Cassidy, he has been able to sort of profile and position himself, especially on social media, in a way that has allowed him to be quite endearing to a lot of South Africans, because he sort of is who he is. I don't know, though, if that is going to have the same effect in his position as minister as time goes on. It's still early days yet. But remember, there is a level of, what's the word? Shall I say decorum that is expected of people who hold office. And I think that is probably going to be one of the big challenges he faces as the rest of his tenure unfolds.
But that's the thing. South Africans have had decorum for 30 years. We then decided, no. The manner in which things have been done up until this point, we don't want it anymore. And we decided on a GNU as South Africans. So issues of decorum, people are able to relate to Minister Mackenzie merely because he's that dark horse that sort of deviates from the way things are normally done. And South Africans appreciate that. South Africans appreciate being taken into confidence. Look what he did with the lists, for example. We just appreciate being taken into confidence, and that's what he's able to do. So there are many people who I've met in my personal capacity who says, hey, I regret not having voted for the PA. So 2026 is definitely going to be the benchmark, and then we'll see. But for the EFF, Shameless, today it's a half a nail in the coffin. I think 2026 is going to be the final one. Okay,
Cassidy out in Pretoria. Thanks for the call.
Cool.
Yeah, no as you heard, Cassidy very impressed with Gayton Mackenzie and just how he's been conducting himself. Yeah, look, it's still early days yet. This issue of decorum and how people are expected to hold themselves or behave when in public office. Let's just watch it. Let's just watch it closely as the months unfold. Time will tell. But Cassidy's right in terms of how Mackenzie has positioned himself publicly. One of our listeners on the WhatsApp line, Temba in Rustenburg, says, Cathy, I can tell you that Floyd is going to the MK party. Mark my words. Do you think so, Temba? Why do you think so? Why the MK party? I wonder. Tell me more. Maybe you know something I don't. Uncle Joa, you're in the Free State. Good morning.
Good morning, Jeffy. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir.
Yes. As an uncle, let me firstly start by congratulating Miss South Africa, my queen, the beautiful Queen Mia, and wish her all the best.
Isn't she just so amazing, Uncle Joa?
It is.
Did you listen to her interview with Bridget earlier on in the week?
Whoa. She's so good. I've learned with her, I've learned to understand much better that, things that are impossible with men are possible with God.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's writing a new history.
I couldn't agree more with you, Uncle Joa. She's phenomenal, and when you listen to her speak, you can't help but be moved by her story and her journey. Yeah.
Yes. Jeffy, today I want to talk about this poor young lady who's 29 years this year, who finished school about 9 years ago, and she has never had an opportunity to find a job. Now she has emulated what the mother has been doing, which is the township economy by selling. She has just opened, a smaller nyana restaurant there at home, where she's preparing amakotas there in order to make living, because there is no hope for job. If you are 29 and you never had any opportunity of working. Now the health inspectors in Kronstadt are coming to her and saying to her, no, if you want to sell, you cannot sell because of the bylaws. If you want to sell, you must go and find a place, the name, and all those things. If you don't do that, we are going to close your business. In fact, you must close. If you don't close, we are going to come and deal with you. Now, what concerns me, Cathy, is that during the course of this week, we just learned about the 3 siblings from one family who passed on because of what they ate at home, and probably it will be one of those stores that are selling expired food and all those things. And when we walk across our streets in town, in the pavement, you find our people there preparing food, peanuts, magwenya and all those things. But the law is not actually talking to them. Now,
Uncle Joe, I'm just curious to know where is she operating from currently?
She is operating. She has just started a business at the back room there where she's staying.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a small place that.
And the health inspectors went to her house in the back room and said they were going to close her down there.
No, it's not necessarily the health inspectors. Actually, the ex-boyfriend went to go and complain that no, she's selling food from there. She has been selling all along. Now, apparently, it looks like the ex-boyfriend is having this relationship with the health inspectors, So they did not go and check,
Okay.
They just doing a follow-up based on what's said by the boyfriend. And the boyfriend is calling them every day to say, no, I see you did not close down. That person is still selling,
Oh, he's using it as a way of intimidating her, it sounds like.
No, they are intimidating her, but Cathy, you and I, we know the law. We know the law. If the bylaws are saying for you to be able to can go and sell there at the corner of the school, in a taxi rank, in that and that and that, you must have, or you must comply with the city laws. We fully agree with it. But the question that I'm having, why are the health inspectors targeting this one?
Yes, that's my question as well, Uncle Joe. It just all sounds so strange. Look, let me do this. Let me put you back through to our producer level, so he can take down more details. Look, and the health inspectors they wanted in a number of workplaces, right, to come and do the checks and balances. So out of all the informal traders, how do they choose this one as the one that they are going to identify and pursue? And I haven't heard of informal traders needing a health certificate clearance. I've never seen it. But maybe I don't understand the legislation, but I've never actually seen it. Of all the times that I've bought goods and things from informal traders, I have not seen it at all. All right, it's 9:30, time for your latest news headlines.
In your news making headlines for this hour, the EFF is expected to hold a media briefing today to announce leadership changes in its top structure. Several highly placed sources have confirmed to SABC News that party Deputy President Floyd Shivambu has asked to be relieved from all his duties, including in Parliament. In other news, the 95 Libyan nationals arrested in a suspected military training camp in Masoyi, north of White River in Mpumalanga, are expected to urgently appear at the White River Magistrate Court this morning. The foreign nationals were arrested at a designated security training camp following a raid by police and officials from the Home Affairs Department a few weeks ago. And lastly, International Relations Minister Ronald Lamola says in the SADC ministers' meeting, they emphasized the importance of peace and security in the region. I'll be back at 10 for SFM News. I'm Eva Chipa.
The Talking Point with Cathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
You're listening to The Talking Point. Welcome to the show. It is the open line. I'm taking your calls on 086 000 2032. You get to set the national agenda on the show this morning. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. Yes, I see some of your messages around the competition. we are running the competition on the show today. It's the SAFM 88th birthday competition. 88,000 Rand in cash will be given away to 10 lucky listeners. You, of course, if you are one of those that's chosen, you will walk away with 8,800 Rand. So what do you have to do? SMS SAFM 88 followed by your name to 41391. SAFM 88 followed by your name to 41391. We'll call you in the final hour of the show. And when you answer the show, you of course have to answer it in a particular way. You must answer with SAFM 88 in order to win that cash prize. So I hope that is clarified all of the questions that you've been asking on the WhatsApp line around the competition. Sello, you're in Kuruman. Good morning.
How are you, my sister?
I'm well.
Yes, I'm Sello Ramasedi.
Thank you, Sello Ramasedi. What do you want to talk about this morning?
Yes, I want to talk about that lady, Chidima.
Yes.
Are you still with me?
Yes.
Yes, my question is this, Kate. I'm a first-time caller.
Okay.
Yes, I'm shaky, but I will try to. I will try to.
There's no need to shake, Silla. There's no need to shake. You're at home. Feel at home. You're at home.
Okay, Kate. My question is, Kate. My question is that lady Chidima. Did the Home Affairs declare her as a South African citizen? I'm asking this because now I've heard that she's going to Nigeria for Miss Nigeria something, Miss Nigeria University. So my question is, if she goes there, is she going to represent South Africa, or she's going to represent Nigeria?
Yeah, look, Silo, I think it was done as a gesture of goodwill by the event organizers in Nigeria, especially given how terribly she was treated by South Africans when she was a contestant of Miss South Africa. You know, I saw this last night that she's South African was trending. You know, the phrase she's South African, it was trending on X. And Chichi is ours was trending. And I just thought, you know, South Africans are really something else, eh? We are such a bunch, hey? Like, this girl was bullied and received all sorts of vile messages to the point where she pulled out of Miss South Africa. Now that she's pursuing this opportunity, being part of a contest in for Miss Nigeria, I think it is. Now South Africans are saying, Chidima is South African, she is ours, she must go and represent us well. I don't know, Silo, like what's going on with the people of this country?
But Oscar, my concern is she going to contest under the banner of South Africa, or she's going to represent herself?
Look, I don't think that the competition for the organizers, it actually matters. Like I said, it was an act of goodwill. The issue around her own citizenship, Silo, we know is still under investigation by the Home Affairs Department. We know that. But it was a gesture of goodwill from that competition, from the competition organizers in Nigeria. Clearly, they don't actually care whether she is South African or not. But the fact that she's got Nigerian roots and a Nigerian heritage was enough for them to feel that she is welcome in that competition.
Okay, Sis Cathy, thank you.
All right. Okay, Silo out in Kuruman. Yeah, we don't have the answer around her citizenship. Only the Home Affairs Department can provide it. And I don't think that South Africans can now start claiming that Chidima is ours, as people have been doing. And Kanya, you're right. Kanya, my producer, says South African Twitter is actually gaslighting her. And you're absolutely right. This is what gaslighting looks like. Because you're also invalidating everything that has happened. It's like it never happened. Ridiculous. Spiwe, you're in Alberton. Good morning.
Hi, Sissy, good morning.
Yes.
I'm sorry, man, my English is not that good, you know?
And your English is perfect, Spiwe. Please don't ever apologize for your English.
Made my day. Thank you very much.
I'm sure you speak many other languages fluently, so please don't worry about it. Yeah.
Okay. Two quick ones from me. Is about Mr. Chibambo. Do you know who is the master of chairs in South Africa, most? Do you know, ne?
Who, Jacob Zuma?
There's it. He's going there.
Why do you think he's going to MK?
For position.
Okay.
Zuma will give him something nice, you know. He will be in parliament very, very soon.
So, but they already have a parliamentary leader, John Kloppe. Dr. John Kloppe is their leader in parliament.
Yeah, but remember there is a case against him already. You know, they say it can't be represent, you know, some section, you know, of the, you know, laws in South Africa, you know.
Yeah, but that's around the JSE. It's not around him being a member of parliament.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Number 2 is about Mr. Cathy Mohlahlana.
Mm-hmm.
Remember why he's got a lot of supporters? Because he used with Abahambe. Remember? So he wanted to run the Home Affairs, but now Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa did not give him that post. If he got that post, I'm telling you, Abahambe, all foreigners will be leaving South Africa.
You mean all illegal foreigners or just all foreigners in general, Spiwe?
They are flocking in South Africa. They are flocking, Sisi. They are flocking. And look, we are overcrowded because of foreigners in South Africa. All illegally, he was gonna push them out of the country if he was given the Minister of Home Affairs. But now he did not get that post. Remember, he said he want to run that ministry.
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
For me, he's a good guy. Good guy, you know. I wish he was the Minister of Home Affairs.
Mm. And do you also like the fact that he doesn't apply that decorum in how he speaks and how he handles himself on social media?
It's lovely. He's a good guy. He is a good guy. He also is brave. He's very brave. That Mr. Keita. Very brave man. He's not scared. You know. It shows that he was in prison. They're in prison. Hey, you know what's happening? You know what's happening in prison, you know. This is why he's so brave, that guy.
Okay.
So I like him very much. I like it. I wish he was given that Minister of Home Affairs.
Spiwe in Alberton, we'll leave it there. Thanks for your contribution. All right, there you have it. We're going to continue taking your calls in a moment after this quick break.
The Rockets know how magical 3 points is in football. They want just that in their own backyard this weekend. But Gunners want to deny them any joy as they are in dire need of victory to escape from the uncomfortable territory. Mpumalanga battles it out with Eastern Cape. This is the Hollywood Bet Super League. Tears Galaxy Queens FC versus City Lads Ladies FC, the Sunday 18 August at 3 p.m. live on SABC 1 and SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
The world's best cooking show is finally here. MasterChef South Africa Season 5. You'll meet 20 talented home cooks from around Mzansi, noma uphumaphi, and no matter your favorite dish, see if the chefs can handle the heat in the kitchen in a race to be crowned MasterChef South Africa. Every Saturday, 7:30 p.m. only on S3 Channel 193. MasterChef South Africa, the world's best cooking show, proudly sponsored by Pick n Pay.
SAFM is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAFM and SMS the keyword SAFM88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply.
You could get a great deal on your car insurance premium when you call Outsurance. Be like 53-year-old Nero, who pays only R1,059 to insure his white 2023 Ford Ranger XLDC with Outsurance. Get a quote now. It's easy. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754 now. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
The Talking Point with Cathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Hi, Cathy. This is Ben in Cape Town. With regards to the EFF, I think the current fallout in the Economic Freedom Fighters is as a result of not necessarily the election result, but how they negotiated post the elections. For them to fail to even get a single ministry from the ANC, I think was a bit of a failure. I feel Floyd was one of them that was ready to get into government, but the way Julius negotiated or led the negotiations in terms of his demands kind of left everything up in the air. So I think Floyd has seen the writing on the wall and he says, you know what, my time is done here. There's nothing much I can do. All the best.
Good day, Cathy. Cathy, I'm deeply pained by Mr. Floyd's departure because EFF had a bright future in the hands of Mr. Shivambu succeeding Mr. Malema. So, yeah, otherwise I'm wishing him all the best, hoping that everything will be fine. Sabonga Mkwani from Kabeja. Thank you.
Cathy Butigodlo from Taung in Lekale Machonisa. I believe that the reason as to why Mr. Shibambo is leaving the party, it is because they are not agreeing on anything. That is why he took a decision to abandon the EFF. But I'm waiting for that press conference to happen at midday to hear as to what the leadership of the party will say in regard to that departure. I thank you very much.
All right, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes. Here are lots of you speaking about the developments in the EFF. James, you're in the Johannesburg CBD. Good morning. Okay, it looks like we've just lost James on the line there. Bonakele, you're in Kailicha. Good morning.
Thanks for not getting this guy so that Bonakele can be talking.
Hi, Bonakele. No, don't get excited too quickly. James is back on the line. If you're not nice, I'm gonna go back to him.
They always say something. Thank you very much for this guy.
All right. Okay, Bonakele.
An opportunity to talk about this Floyd Shibambo leaving the EFF. For me personally, I congratulate him. You know why? Because this bullying style of Malema in that party, who claims to be his own party, it's something that we can see now. It's something that I've said long time ago. Those who always listen to me carefully, they will say, Bonakele said this long time ago. This is what is going to happen. Slowly, surely, by bit, this EFF, it's going down, so to speak. So for him to quit right now or to leave the party, remember what Malema said one day. If he will be contested by Shibambo at some stage to be a president, he made a joke out of that. But for me personally, it was a threat. But if he's going to try and contest him for becoming the president of that party, maybe things will go wrong. So even those who are saying, well, for him going and joining MK party, whatever, I congratulate him. don't allow someone to bully you, because that Malema young man, he seems to be the one and only boss here. Although some will deny that, even their spokesperson when they're talking about Malema, but we can really see the truth now coming up.
So Banakele, you believe that Floyd didn't see any possibility in future of him becoming president of the party?
Absolutely, that's my view regarding this, and I'm 100%. That's something I've said. When we talk about, you say Monakele, we mona from it, and then I follow that. And I'm someone who's talkative. When I see something, I'll say it. This is what is going to happen in the near future.
Okay.
That's me. I believe on that.
Okay, Monakele, let's leave it there. Thanks for the call. James, in the Joburg CBD, you're back on the line.
Thank you, Cathy. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, James.
Yeah, look, I want to just respond to the guy who said regulated vacancy, the party will grow. I want to reassure him that won't happen. If you remember the slogan, during apartheid, we were not white enough. Now, during after freedom, we are not black enough. You know, for me, there is a conspiracy theory against black people. Because that statement seems to insinuate that life of the black people are better off compared to the colored. Whereas, when you look at it, you know, when I look at Deep Slot and other bad areas that you can think of, I see a lot of black people, do you understand? So when you come to black people, he uses this influx of foreigners because he knows that, you know, black people, black Africans are mostly victims. Because whenever we talk about the ID that is been stolen, it's an ID of an African person. When we talk about a black child who's child has been raped by foreign Somalia in Deep Slot, he's a black kid. When we talk about women being raped by foreigners in say, Polokwane, for instance, Sheho, those kids are black kids, do you understand? When you go to colored inside them, into thinking, convincing them they're not black, and then they're different, and that black people have Mercedes Benzes, you know, and then they are at the receiving end of this freedom. So he may have fooled some of the people, some of the time, but didn't fool all of us all of the time. The way PA started is the same way the way EFF started. It's a cult like EFF. And then, you know, I don't think that anybody that can oppose Leighton McKenzie as much as there's nobody opposes EFF. That is why there's a ruction in the EFF. Because when you look at the EFF, what Julius Malema did there, he oppressed people. Some of them have been more intelligent than them. Very, very qualified people. He would just go there and, you know, address, comment on each and every issue, even at the expense of some people who would be expert. So this thing that is happening in the EFF, it will befall the PA. Those parties are just single party individuals that will never grow. You know, that is why, Cathy, when you look at opposition, we don't have opposition parties because people are not allowed to grow within those parties, and then PA is not an exception. Hello, Cathy?
I'm listening to you, James.
Yes, so then PA is not an exception. So I mean, I think, you know, Leighton McKenzie's party started as a racist party against black people. Because when you look at the party, it was structured. It was racial hierarchy. A white man will own a factory, an Indian-based person will be a foreman, a colored person will do a till, and a black person will mop the floor. Do you understand? It was that hierarchy.
Look,
so after apartheid, when those things are disrupted, do you understand? Because of proximity to whiteness, about Leighton McKenzie, they want to blame the black people for freedom, understand? And some of us, we are not fooled, you know, we can see these things, you know. Leighton McKenzie is just a tribal party that want to convince colored people that they're not black people, you know. And we are seeing it, and then it's just another element of backwardness that has been introduced in our politics.
Okay. James out in the Johannesburg CBD. Yeah, thanks for that contribution. I also think the point you made on opposition parties is a very strong one, right? The strength of the opposition in this country, where does it sit right now? And we should be worried if it's not strong at all.
Big ups to all the women of Africa Tonga. Incredible characters in various fields. When you set your mind onto something, your winning mentality is difficult to defeat. On and off the field. Your excellence in the world of sport speaks volumes. You are the great inspiration to the nation. Happy Women's Month, courtesy of SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Get ready for a theatrical experience like no other. Joburg Theatre and Theatre du Soleil presents 1789, a gripping production that explores the dark side of power and corruption. Directed by Phyllis Klotz and Small Ndaba, with Joel Zuma at the helm of musical direction, this play will leave you on the edge of your seat. Don't miss this critically acclaimed sensation by securing your tickets now at www.joburgtheatre.com.
The Talking Point with Cathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, we continue the conversation on The Talking Point. Mudawu, you're in Cape Town. Good morning. Good morning, Mudawu.
Yes, hi. I won't greet you. I don't want to waste your time. Why they call it Casey? I understand that Casey is for K for Casey and G is for what?
Why do they call me Cathy?
K is for Cathy and G is for what?
V.
You say you're a KG.
V. No, I am Cathy.
Cathy. But when, okay, let's leave that one.
Okay.
Let us talk about, I want to talk about this of Shivambo.
Yes.
And then, yes. I think this is the end of EFF. It's the end of EFF because you see our politician party is like a fire from the paper.
How last?
Yeah, that's finished quickly. The wood is stay long. Yeah, so you see now what the Shivambu and the Malema start this EFF. Now he's going. Have to go again. It's the end of EFF. It's going to be the end of it. It's like cope, cope. Wait, you start very strong. And then it dies. Now EFF is the end of it.
Yeah.
Even this 2-1 MK, they talk about maybe the agenda. It's going to die. We don't have a strong party in our political. I don't know why. I don't know why, or it's just because we're not honest, or what. But they just look at our time.
Okay.
After they do corruption, it's just mess up.
All right, Mudawu.
Happening from ANC has already divided. Many times have been divided ANC. I prefer DA. Thank you.
All right, Mudawu out in Cape Town. Yeah, I guess, Mudawu, if we follow your thinking and look at the pattern of what has happened to other opposition parties in the country, especially those that are considered small opposition parties, the reality is that they have followed that trajectory, right, where there are where there's contestation amongst themselves for leadership positions. It has not ended well, and we have that record. So I guess I understand why you believe that this could well signal the beginning of a decline for the EFF, but we'll have to wait and see. Mpo, you're in Skukune. Good morning.
Good morning, Cathy. How are you?
Yes, sir. I'm well.
No, I'm fine. Before the elections of May, your political, I think, is editor, Mushosho Munare, was on radio and TV on a matter that has to do with his vetting as an executive in the SABC. And that matter was very sensational to a point of suggestions that the powers that be might be thinking that Mushosho is in a way placing SABC against, for instance, the organization, the ANC. And I'm very much concerned about that matter because we have not been told what happened to that story. I'm saying this because sometimes people come to the radio like yours or TV the people who take serious, who occupy serious positions. And they make all sorts of allegations, but when the matter has been clarified, we are not given the privilege of knowing where that matter ended. Because for me, when I was listening to him, it was as if he was unfairly treated and targeted for certain reasons. But now the story has died out. Nobody knows, unless if you know, we don't know what happened to that story. I'm interested to know what happened to that story of Mushosho Munari and his employer, who's the SABC, which in its contract said he has to undergo a vetting process. So I'm very much interested to get that story. And if what he said was sensationalism, I'm sure he will do best to say he was misrepresenting fact and apologize to all of us who were listening to him.
Mpho, thanks for bringing that story up. I think it's one of those that slipped through the cracks. We will try and find an update on it. What I recall, though, is that there were internal processes that were running over that request for him to undergo vetting, because it seemed he had already done vetting processes, but then, he had to do it again, and that was part of the uproar. And so you're right to bring it up. We'll have to follow up to find out what exactly the resolution on that matter was.
That will assist.
All right. Thanks, Mpho. Mpho out in Sekhukhune. Yeah, there's so much that happens on a day-to-day basis in the country. So it is very helpful when you as our listeners also remind us of some of the things that we've sort of they slip through the cracks, right? It's not so much that they're forgotten, but because there's just so much else on the table that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. So reminders like that are really more than welcome. Lebo, you're calling us from Bloem. Good morning.
Cathy, good morning and thank you for taking my call.
Yes.
I'll be very quick. I see the time is already not so good. Cathy, I think I might have raised this before in the past. I don't know when will we have anyone from the national higher education sector. I am quite concerned, and I'm beginning to believe that universities and some of the courses they are presenting, universities are a scam as far as that is concerned. I do believe that each and every course or field of study should be constituted in such a way that it will be able to address whatever needs there is in a society. The value of humanities. Humanities will include social work, psychology, education, blah, 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 blah. But, you have every single year so many thousands of students who enroll in these fields. But when you look at the landscape of our society, we are experiencing so many social problems and challenges. And you have all these students who have graduated staying at home and they don't have jobs. So what exactly is happening here with regard to universities? One day, let's have a talk and a debate around that and see exactly and expose this scam that is going just under our watch.
Okay, Lebo in Bloem, and I wonder to what extent that has to do with the question of skills and the skills mismatch that we have in the country. What role does that play in this problem? All right, it's time for your latest news update.
Top stories at 10. Floyd Shivambu planning to quit the EFF, and Argentina's former president accused of abuse. Good morning, I'm Eva Chipa. The EFF is expected to hold a media briefing today to announce leadership changes in its top structure. Several highly placed sources have confirmed to SABC News that party deputy president Floyd Shivambu has asked to be relieved from all his duties, including parliament. Shivambu has been the party's deputy president since its founding in 2013. Samkele Maseko reports.
Several highly placed sources have confirmed to the SABC that EFF Deputy President Floyd Shivambu will not renew his party membership. The EFF deputy president has also requested to be released from all of his duties in the party and in parliament. Sources have, however, said Shivambu has requested the buy-in of the organization on the implementation of his decision. The party and Floyd Shivambu will hold a joint press briefing at midday today. Samkela Masego, SABC News, Johannesburg.
The 95 Libyan nationals arrested in a suspected military training camp in Masoi, north of White River in Mpumalanga, are expected to urgently appear at the White River Magistrate Court this morning. The foreign nationals were arrested at a designated security training camp following a raid by police and officials from the Home Affairs Department a few weeks ago. The men are facing charges of contravening the Immigration Act. In other news, 13 illegal connected transformers and over 15,000 kilograms of cables were discovered and confiscated from Sawawa Informal Settlement in Kaya Sands in Randburg. This after City Power conducted an operation in the area in collaboration with law enforcement agencies, which is part of the load reduction strategy yesterday. City Power spokesperson Isaac Bangena says 13 transformers are each estimated to cost around 450,000 rand.
During the process of cutting and removing cables that were connected to our network, we discovered that there were several transformers that were discreetly concealed from the eyes of the public and hid behind brick-walled structures in the informal settlement. Some of the transformers are suspected to have been stolen, and our teams from the security risk management are working hard to track and also investigate, working with other law enforcement agencies, whether this equipment was stolen from City Power or other municipalities, but also including utilities like ESCOM.
Civil Body, the organization undoing tax abuse, OUTA, says the Road Traffic Management Corporation has misled the public when it explained why it would not extend the validity of driving license cards. Due to technical challenges in the system for renewal of driving license cards, OUTA has called for the validity of driver's license cards to be extended from 5 to 10 years. Last month, OUTA asked both the RTMC and the Transport Department for 2 reports they use when making a decision. OUTA Executive Director Stephanie Fick says a refusal to extend the driving license cards and the period might be linked to a tender to buy new card printing machines.
The RTMC told OUTA that it would not provide this information due to concerns over confidentiality of the research. However, the department told OUTA that it searched for this report, but it does not exist. It is clear that the RTMC is deliberately misleading the public about why it refuses to extend the driving license card validity period. OUTA calls on the transport authorities to explain what is going on.
International Relations Minister Ronald Lamola says in the SADC ministers' meeting they emphasized the importance of peace and security in the region. He says a decision was also taken to re-establish the Mining Ministers Forum with the aim of protecting minerals in the region. Lamola is in Zimbabwe for the SADC summit that will take place this weekend.
This will look at the critical minerals which the SADC region is endowed with this mineral, holding about 25% of these critical minerals that the world needs for electric vehicles, for smartphones, and so forth. So we see this as an important catalyst for our industrialization strategy. And as we host the G20, this should be at the core of our program to ensure that this regional integration helps us to achieve these strategic goals.
And lastly, looking further afield, prosecutors in Argentina have launched an investigation into former President Alberto Fernandez, who is accused of causing serious injuries to his ex-partner Fabiola Yanes. Yanes filed a complaint last week accusing the ex-leader of beating her during their relationship, which ended after he left office last year. Fernandez has denied the accusations. He has, however, been forbidden from leaving the country while the investigation takes place. Recapping the top story for this hour, the EFF is expected to hold a media briefing today to announce leadership changes in its top structure. Several highly placed sources have confirmed to SABC News that party Deputy President Floyd Shivambu has asked to be relieved from all his duties, including Parliament. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour. For SFM News, I'm Eva Chipa.
Big ups to all the women of Africa Dzonga. Incredible characters in various fields. When you set your mind onto something, your winning mentality is difficult to defeat. On and off the field. Your excellence in the world of sport speaks volumes. You are the great inspiration to the nation. Happy Women's Month, courtesy of SABC Sport. For the love of the game. Victory in the opening match always sets a good tone, and that's what the Gunners of London are gunning for.
They've almost scored! Kai Havertz! And Arsenal have won it later.
Meanwhile, the Wolves are on a real mission to howl for 90 minutes in search of essential 3 points.
Wolves have a second! And listen to the noise!
This is the Premier League. Witness the thrilling encounter between Arsenal FC and Wolverhampton Wanderers on Saturday, 17 August at 3 p.m. Live on SABC3 and at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Also available on sabcsport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
SAFM is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAFM and SMS the keyword SAFM88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply.
Happy birthday.
The Talking Point with Cathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays 9 a.m. till midday.
You're listening to The Talking Point. Welcome to the second hour of the show. I'm Cathy Mohlahlana. It is a Thursday, so this morning then we're dealing with Municipal Watch, and we're taking a look at the Mogalakwena municipality. It's out in Limpopo. We're going to be looking at some of the challenges that have come up in that municipality. We'll be joined, as always, by the Residents Association and the mayor of that particular municipality. So please do stay tuned for that conversation as it unfolds throughout the hour. Before we get to it, lots of your WhatsApp voice notes coming through on the open line. And don't forget, we are running the competition, right? Our 88th birthday competition, 88,000 Rand in cash. That's up for grabs, and you, potentially as one of our lucky listeners, could walk away with 8,800 Rand. SMS SAFM 88 followed by your name to 41391. That's SAFM 88 followed by your name to 41391. I'm seeing some of you are sending your messages on the WhatsApp line. Don't send them on the WhatsApp line. Please send them to the SMS line on 41391. And of course, when we call you, you have to answer with SAFM 88, and that will guarantee you a win of the 8,800 Rand. And those SMSs are charged at a rate of R1.50 per SMS, and your free minutes and SMS bundles do not apply in this instance. All right, your WhatsApp voice notes, and then we'll get into Municipal Watch.
Hey, SAFM. So there's a headline I saw the other day. It said alarming rise in the number of police suicides. And I've been wondering, does the state ever take the time to take care of the mental health of police officers? Because it's put in the spotlight with all the police shootings and stuff, and it's something that I've always considered since, cops need psychologists. It must be very traumatic to be always going through these near-death experiences every day.
Good morning, Sis Cathy. This is Matebola. Yeah, it is so shocking to see Floyd do what he's doing now, resigning from the membership, being a member of Parliament of EFF and the membership of EFF. But I think when it comes to what I see always, Julius Malema always he talks for himself only, and the party belongs to himself only. He's got that individuality when it comes to EFF. Maybe it can be that problem when it comes to Floyd. So he started, hey, let me go, and then he resigned. Good morning, this is Matebol.
Good morning, Cathy. Happy Women's Month. Yeah, it is a good news from the EFF. Floyd must go, man. Must go to focus on the issue of VBS. EFF needs to pay back the money. It is the good news that we received today. Sis Cathy, man, please, man, let's talk about unemployment. This thing of unemployment is a serious problem in South Africa. Our politicians, they promise us jobs, they say lots of things, but now they keep quiet. They talk about GNU. No, Sis Cathy, we want jobs, Sis Cathy. We can't allow that. And it's not like there is no job in South Africa. Job is there, Sis Cathy. Last year, Department of Health, they've been under section, they don't have a budget, but now they have a budget, but they don't want to create jobs. What's going on? Is Chief Director Pace in Matosal.
Good morning, Cathy and SFM listeners. Cathy, the only thing which is going to save EFF is for Julius Malema himself to consider passing on the baton. That is the only thing that is going to save EFF. If Julius Malema is going to be the forever president of the EFF, come 2026, that's the fallout of EFF. New minds must be injected. Thanks.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Our focus today, Mohlahlana Municipality, where the Progressive Civics Congress is staging a protest tomorrow against the Mohlahlana Municipality. The march, they say, is against corruption, maladministration, and also demanding better service delivery from the municipality. Now, there have been a number of scandals that have plagued the municipality, some of which have made news headlines, including around corruption that involves its municipal manager. Refilwe Seleka is the spokesperson for the Progressive Civics Congress. Joins us on the line. Refilwe, good morning.
Good morning, House Cathy and listeners of SAFM.
Patrick Apani is the Provincial Secretary for the SA Municipal Workers Union. Patrick, good morning.
Morning, Cathy. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. And Councillor Ngwagu Dawia is the Mayor of the Mohlahlana Municipality. Councillor Dawia, good morning.
Morning, Cathy, and the listeners of SAFM.
Let's begin this conversation then by trying to understand what the problems in the municipality are. Refilwe, you speak on the part of the Progressive Civics Congress. You, of course, are also the ones that have been trying to get some kind of accountability for what you have been seeing. So what is it that has unfolded in the municipality that you believe needs intervention on? What are the problems you're facing?
Okay, you see in Mohlahlana, we have seen is Tom and Jerry circus that is happening in that municipality. You see that rampant corruption and maladministration in that municipality. It started in September 2022 when they appointed the current municipal manager, Mr. Morris Malulega. Mr. Morris Malulega, was a CFO and the acting municipal manager in Madibeng. And is also a VBS brigade. You must understand that before Malulega came to Mohlahlana, it was confirmed and it was clear there was a forensic investigation that was conducted. It was clear that Mr. Malulega invested almost 50 million to VBS. And when it showed that Mr. Malulega is a money harvester, that steals the state resources. Why we are saying that, we can remember that in 2022, in High Court in Bulugwane, it was the appointment of Mr. Malulega. They took them to High Court in Bulugwane, and in that case, they find out that the appointment of Mr. Maluleka was voted null. And when they find out that it was voted null, but the same mayor who's here today, Mr. Tulani, they made it sure that they must appeal the order from the High Court in Bulugwane. And doing that, so they never went through the council Cathy. They just met with the legal department in Manakwena, and they decided that they're going to appoint Mr. Maluleka. As I'm telling you, Cathy, there are so many corruption that is happening in that municipality in relation to appointment of companies. As we are here, I want us today to get to know who is the owner of a company that is called Within Africa, that is in Manakwena municipality, Cathy. That company, you must understand, it was appointed, Cathy, and it was given an amount of 121 million. And that company was appointed to make sure that it maintains roads and water and landfills. And it was given another money for landfills for more than 83 million. In total, it is 204 million in less than 14 months. And we have got another company by name of Fitmo Company. That company, it operates in fleet management of the company. And if you can check, some of the cars in the municipality were auctioned. In case you may find it is about 23,000 kilometers, but they auctioned those cars. And we want to know from the mayor why they have to appoint a company that was supposed to run the fleet of the municipality. And there is another company by Star Company, which was given an amount of 78 million to renovate reservoirs. But what is happening in that 78 million? They only painted those reservoirs. So I want to get the clarity today from the mayor. What is happening in that municipality?
All right, Refilo, I think there's quite a lot that you have said that sets a context around the corruption and maladministration. How would you say all of this is affecting service delivery, Refilo? What is the state of service delivery in the municipality?
As I'm telling you, Cathy, in Ward 29, in extension 19 and 20, in some part of Polar Park, they did not have water for the past 1 year. They don't have water as we are speaking currently. And in some Ward 15, they don't even have internal roads. They're not even maintained. Okay. But they've got those companies that were appointed and are being paid. What are they being paid for, okay? It's what we want to get the clarity from the mayor today.
All right. Thank you for that, Refilwe. Patrick, on the part of the workers, what do you have to say about these allegations of corruption? Is it something that you as SAMU have also picked up on?
Cathy, thank you very much, and to your listeners. We are a union in the municipality, and you must remember that we are a transformative union, which is engaged in a love and hate relationship. Love and hate in the sense that we work in the municipality, but we also challenge some of the things that are not going well. But we also have to be paid at the end of the month. Just imagine that relationship where somebody must pay you, but you're saying he is up to no good. So we have identified issues, Cathy, in the municipality. Remember, municipality was under administration years ago. It was very dysfunctional. At some point, the Premier of Limpopo said there must be a SIU to investigate that municipality. From where we're sitting as the union, the municipality is no longer dysfunctional, but it has challenges. As workers, we have identified that there are challenges relating to PPE. We have senior managers that do not have concurrence. Our allowance are taken, and we are being suspended all over the show. But we had a meeting with the management, with the PMT on the 13th, this Tuesday, where we are going to deal with our own challenges. But as a transformative union, remember, we also fighting corruption. We we have been raising issues around corruption in the municipality. It's not for the first time. And every time we have a meeting with the municipality, we raise our own issues, but we also raise the issues that are transformative, that relates to corruption, maladministration, and service delivery to our communities.
When you say that your members are being suspended all over the show, why are they suspended? When were they suspended?
What we've identified, Cathy, as a limitation in Mohlahlana is that they do not necessarily implement what is called corrective measures when there is a problem. And some of the things that people are being suspended for, from where we are sitting, they are very flimsy. They can be dealt with in the form of disciplinary counseling, which is afforded in terms of your collective agreement. You don't have somebody to sit at home for 2 years just because there is disagreement in relation to whether or not there was an instruction that a meter must be installed or must not be installed. So we have identified also the issue that municipalities should not be using lawyers in particular to deal with some of the cases because it takes a lot of money from the municipality.
All right, and of course the issue of lawyers is something that has also come up, especially with some of the cases that the municipality is pursuing within the High Court in Polokwane. So, Councillor Ngwaku, you of course are the mayor of Mohlahlana municipality. Let's firstly deal with the issue of Morris Maluleke, who is your municipal manager, and the allegations that are being made against him. How do you justify, firstly, the fact that he was even appointed to this position in the first place?
Okay, no, thanks, Cathy, and good morning to the listeners of SAFM. When coming to the issue of our municipal manager, says Cathy, let me indicate that as the Council of Mohlahlana on September 2022, we have appointed Morris Maluleke as the municipal manager of Mohlahlana local municipality. And remember, when we appoint a person, there are certain processes that we are following. And I can safely say that those allegations that Mr. Maluleke is VBS, what, those are just the unfounded allegations. We did our own reference check everywhere. The issue of VBS is nowhere. It's just unfounded allegations. And also to indicate that before we can appoint any person or any manager in the municipality or any employee, we are doing the process of vetting, and at the level of the senior management level, we are running the competency assessment processes, and Mr. Morris Maluleke was found to be one of the most competent person who is also equal to the task for the position of the municipal manager. That is why even you can see today our municipality, there is stability in this municipality. People are coming to work. There is service delivery under the leadership of Morris Maluleke, and we were also able to appoint other managers like the provincial secretary of SAMWES indicated that Mohlahlana used to be the municipality that was under administration. Mohlahlana municipality used to be a dysfunctional municipality. Mohlahlana municipality used to be one of the financially distressed municipalities. So today, as we are speaking, Mohlahlana municipality is no longer under administration. We have appointed all the managers. We have been taken out of one of the dysfunctional municipalities in this country, not in this province. And today, as we are speaking, we are also taken out of the financially distressed municipality. So, Mr. Maluleke came with the competency, and he's equal to the task. As we are speaking, people at Mohlahlana are working in the municipality. Very stable.
So, Councillor Ngwaku, before you continue, there are just some things that I want clarity on, especially on the part of Mr. Maluleka. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. So you say that as far as you are concerned, the allegations being made against him with regard to VBS are unfounded.
Yes.
Why do you say that they are unfounded? Of course, at the time that he was said to have invested in VBS, he was not with the Mohlahlana municipality, but he was with the Madibeng local municipality. He was the chief financial officer in that municipality, and then also later became the municipal manager in that municipality when it invested 50 million rand into VBS.
Okay, no, thanks, Sis Cathy. We are having a forensic report that is coming from Madibeng local municipality, and Mr. Maluleka is nowhere where he's implicated in investing VBS, and we are also having a letter that is coming from Madibeng local municipality where it's indicating very clearly that Mr. Maluleka is not implicated anywhere in the investment of VBS.
He was the chief financial officer and the municipal manager. How would that transaction have taken place without him?
Like I'm indicating, says Cathy, we made our own reference.
Yes, I hear what the outcome of the forensic report said, but now I'm asking here a very logical question.
Yes.
How would a municipality be able to invest 50 million rand of its own resources, right, against the advice of National Treasury, without the involvement of its chief financial officer, or even the involvement of somebody that later then would become its municipal manager? How is that possible in your view?
Okay, no, let me indicate that all those investments, when they happened in Madibeng, Mr. Maluleka was not the CFO at Madibeng, he was the municipal manager. Mm-hmm. And those VBS investments, when they happened in Madibeng, Mr. Morris Maluleka was not the municipal manager of Madibeng local municipality. And he was not the CFO there, he was the municipal manager.
Okay, so what position did he occupy when these investments were made?
When this investment happened, Mr. Maluleka was still the municipal manager at Waterberg District Municipality, of which under his leadership, Waterberg District Municipality was one municipality in Limpopo province where they obtained a clean audit for 3 consecutive years.
We're going to continue the conversation in a moment. We're focusing on the Mohlahlana local municipality. It's 10:30. Time for your latest news headlines.
The chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police and Parliament, Ian Cameron, says it is important for police officers to be held to a higher standard than ordinary citizens when it comes to crime. His comments followed the dismissal of the head of crime intelligence in the Western Cape from the SAPS. In other news, the EFF is expected to hold a media briefing today to announce leadership changes in its top structure. Several highly placed sources have confirmed to SABC News that party Deputy President Floyd Shivambu has asked to be relieved from all his duties, including Parliament. And lastly, 13 illegally connected transformers and over 15,000 kilograms of cables were discovered and confiscated from Sawawa Informal Settlement in Kaya Sands in Randburg. I'll be back at 11 with more news. For SFM News, I'm Eva Chipa.
The Talking Point with Cathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Well, taking a look at your markets this morning, the rand is currently trading at 18 rand 01 to the dollar, 23 rand 13 to the pound, and 19 rand 83 to the euro. Markets in Asia were mainly higher at the closing bell. The JSE green across the board in mid-morning trade, and markets in Europe have extended gains. Gold is trading at $2,455, platinum $938 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $80.10 a barrel.
Catch me, Bonang Mateba, on a fresh reality series that showcases the business behind being a business. Get to experience an intimate look at my life with family, personal growth, and my mission to uplift young women. Jet with me as we prepare to crown a lucky chaser. Be grounded, be entertained, and be dazzled. Monday, 6 p.m. on S3, it's a date with you and B. Catch Bedazzled by Bonang on S3 every Monday at 6 p.m.
We can do this. It's been a long time coming. This deserves to grow. It's a great business. If they don't like it, someone else will. And fund me so I can expand. Maybe I can offer them shares. I need to retain equity for staff. It's going to be good for recruitment. Yeah.
Possible begins with that one great idea. When Telkom enables entrepreneurs to make their ingenuity a reality, we grow local economies. Telkom. Possible begins here.
The Serengeti, located on the northern part of Tanzania, bordering Kenya on the north and Ngorongoro in the south. Home to the African Big Five and millions of zebras, birds and other predators. Serengeti 2 returns to the unspoiled corner of the Serengeti for more animal drama. There's humor, heartbreak and nail-biting tension as new characters move in and familiar faces continue their stories. Channel your inner adventurer with Serengeti 2, Sundays at 6 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
20 outfits of the Premier League are back on the battlefield for another spectacular season, with ambitions to play the world's most competitive and compelling football.
Rodri! City 3! West Ham 1!
This is the massive fight for the ultimate glory.
Caicedo, is he going to try and beat him from inside his own half? Oh, Moises Caicedo! I can't believe it! What a way to score your first Chelsea goal!
Experience the 2024-2025 Premier League season on Saturdays at 3 p.m. live on SABC3 and at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Also available on sabcsport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
AVBOB is sharing mutual value with AVBOB members like never before. Introducing AVBOB Member Rewards. Qualifying AVBOB members now enjoy even more benefits. Don't miss out on your chance to get rewarded. Visit the AVBOB website to learn more or simply register on the AVBOB self-service portal at self-service.avbob.co.za to opt in or visit your nearest AVBOB branch for assistance.
Oscar and Emmy winner Kevin Costner is John Dutton, a sixth-generation homesteader and devoted father. John controls the largest contiguous ranch in the United States, operating in a corrupt world where politicians are compromised by influential oil and lumber corporations and where land grabs make developers billions. Shifting alliances, unsolved murders, open wounds, and hard-earned respect puts Dutton's property in constant conflict with those it borders, an expanding town, an Indian reservation, and America's first national park. Channel your inner drama with Yellowstone, Saturdays at 9:30 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
S3. Cathy Mohlahlana on SAFM.
We continue the conversation on the talking point. For Municipal Watch today, we're looking at the Mohlahlana municipality. Joining us on the line, Refilwe Seleka is the spokesperson for the Progressive Civics Congress, Patrick Apani, Provincial Secretary for the SA Municipal Workers Union, and Councillor Ngwagu Tauya Tswala is the mayor of the Mohlahlana municipality. So, Councillor Ngwako, we were discussing the issue of the appointment of the municipal manager, Morris Maluleke. So, of course, I hear that you believe that he's been cleared of any wrongdoing linked to VBS. Of course, when this matter was in court, in the High Court in Polokwane, that court set aside Maluleke's appointment because it had found that the panel that was used to recommend his appointment had been unlawfully and improperly constituted. What became of that case now? How is he still in that position?
Okay, no, says Cathy, maybe before I enter into this one, I wanted to conclude something on the issue of the VBS.
Okay.
What I want to indicate is that, remember, says Cathy, all the CFOs and municipal managers who invested illegally with VBS, majority of them, as we are speaking, they are arrested. And they are going through the cases and so forth and so forth. But we have never experienced a situation where anywhere in this country we saw Mr. Maluleke being implicated and the Hawks or the police arrested him for investing with VBS. If that was true indeed, Mr. Maluleke was going to be arrested for that. But when I enter into this one of the
panel,
the panel, indeed, when we appoint Mr. Maluleke, we were still under administration, and the head of intervention who was at Mohlahlana local municipality is a person called Dick Mushwana, who is coming from our Koksta in the province. He was seconded to Mohlahlana local municipality as head of intervention, and we ran all the processes of the advertisement, the shortlisting, and the interviews with him. And we followed all the processes. The reason, indeed, yes, in court, they said Mr. Maluleke, the panel was having challenges here and there, but safe to say, necessarily because the head of intervention was coming from Koksta. As the municipality, we wanted to get a legal opinion from different lawyers, and also we consulted with Koksta in the province. So Koksta in the province, after giving us a legal opinion, they indicated very clearly that the process that we used in Mohlahlana local municipality is the process that was used in all municipalities in the province. So we feel like ourselves as the municipality together with Koksta, we must appeal this decision necessarily because according to us, we don't see anything that was not followed properly. Remember, even when we appoint Mr. Maluleke in the council meeting, our report indicates very clearly that who was part and parcel of the panel. So that is why we took a decision of appealing the decision. And as we are speaking today, the panel of lawyers at the level of the Supreme Court sat down and they gave us an appeal. But according to me, the panel can't just give you an appeal without considering a lot of aspects in the facts that we are putting on the table. According to me, it means they see the possibility of success in as far as our appeal is concerned.
So that matter then, it is not concluded. So he continues in this process while the court case is ongoing.
Remember, when we appeal and the status quo remains.
Yes, that's what I'm confirming, Councillor Ngwako, that
yes.
he's in that position, but the case against his appointment is still ongoing in the courts.
Yes.
And you're comfortable with that as a municipality?
Come again?
I'm asking that you are comfortable with that as a municipality. You don't see anything wrong with that position?
We don't see anything wrong because, like I'm indicating, that we are having Koksta. And according to us, we appointed Mr. Maluleka with the assistance of Coxter in the province.
Okay.
So that is why they joined us. We are not alone in that appeal. We are with Coxter.
Let's talk about the issues raised by Refilwe on these contracts that have been issued to service providers to either provide maintenance of the roads. That's not happening. To collect rubbish. That's not happening. How do you respond to that? And he asked specific questions around 2 companies that he would like you to answer on.
Okay, no, so Cathy, let me indicate that Mohlahlana local municipality is a grant-funded municipality. All the projects that we are doing, either for water and roads and sanitation, we are funded by what we call regional bulk infrastructure grant, which is called RBIC. We are funded by municipal infrastructure grant. We are also funded by WISIC, which is called water and sanitation infrastructure grant. So what I want the people to understand is that all these projects that we are appointing as the municipality, we are appointing, but remember for WISIC and RBIC, we are getting money from Department of Water and Sanitation. And each and everything that is happening in terms of verification and the payment of the service providers, DWS, which is Water and Sanitation, is the one that is coming to the municipality, working with us, doing the verification of the project, whether the contractors did the right thing or they didn't do the right thing. And there is no way that Water and Sanitation can pay the service provider without the verification and making sure that indeed this contractor has done a good job. So each and every project that was paid for all these grants, we as the municipality, we are not only responsible for making the payments. Each and every payment that we are doing, our sister departments are coming, making verification and making sure that indeed this project is done and dusted. And the other thing that I want to tell the listeners is that in Mohlahlana local municipality, in the end of our financial year, this financial year which ended in June, we have spent and exhausted all our grants. We don't have any money that was taken back to National Treasury or whatever necessarily, because all our projects that were on the IDP, all of them were implemented and they were monitored by the Department of either Coxter and Department of Water and Sanitation. So there is no any payment that we did as the municipality that was not approved by our sister departments.
All right. Refilwe, let me bring you in here. You've heard the explanations given by the mayor of your municipality. Are you satisfied with those explanations?
Cathy, the mayor is just on a fly mode. The response is a fly mode. Looters do always defend other looters. I'm not satisfied with the response from the mayor, because what we are speaking is something that you see on the ground. That's why there's another question that the mayor did not answer. I asked the mayor, who is the owner of one of the contractors that you gave a contract by the name of Within Africa. I'm still waiting for the response from the mayor.
Okay, let's ask him to respond to that quickly.
Okay, so Refilwe, myself as the mayor, remember the issue of appointing the contractors is done at the administrative level. According to me, I don't know those the name of those contractors that the guy next to me is asking those questions. But now what I know is that at the level of ourselves as politicians, we are doing the project oversight, we are doing the project visit, and we see that on the ground what is happening even this one of the refurbishment of the reservoirs and everything, we saw them that the work was done and people are drinking water. In Makwelering, we have done the roads and other areas. The projects are done as you are speaking. People are getting water.
Councillor Ngako, I'm listening to you and the responses that you're giving. And today, of course, comes just ahead of tomorrow's protest to your municipality. And one wonders then, if these contracts are being carried out effectively, service deliveries taking place, why do you think people are protesting tomorrow? Why do you think that some of the demands that they're making are around these very issues that we have spoken about today, including the cancellation of the irregular fleet tender?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cathy. Remember, Mohlahlana local municipality is having a very bad history. And majority of the people that are coming to the municipality today and marching, most of them are the people that were benefiting illegally in our municipality. Previously, the reason why the municipality was under administration and the reason why there is SIU in Mohlahlana municipality is necessarily because people were just getting tenders illegally without following proper processes. So we are not surprised because majority of the people that are coming to march are the people that were benefiting illegally in the municipality. And when coming to issue of the fleet, let me indicate to you that the fleet that we are having at the municipality, we are paying about 1.1 million per month. Previously, the municipality was spending around 5 million, paying the vehicles from the service providers and so forth and so forth. So the fleet that we are utilizing in the municipality, we are saving about more than 3 million a month, of which that 3 million we can utilize it to do other service delivery challenges in the municipality.
What happened to the implementation of the SIU's recommendations in as far as it relates to fraud and corruption cases in the municipality? You had given a commitment last year that those recommendations by the SIU would be implemented. The reason why Refilwe and others in the community are marching tomorrow is that those have not been implemented. How do you explain that?
Okay. SIU in the municipality is investigating 3 issues. Is the issue of corruption of tenders, is the issue of illegal about plus minus 400 illegal employees that were employed in the municipality, and the other issue is the issue of the water tankers. But when coming to the issue of the corruption, we received quite a number of referrals from SIU with the recommendations, and as the municipality, we have implemented those recommendations. Some of the people, as I'm speaking, they are going through the processes of the disciplinary hearing. Some of them are dismissed. Some of them have resigned, as I'm speaking. So we have implemented the recommendations of the SIU to the fullest. But when coming to the issue...
Yeah, Councillor Ngoko, you can't say that when it's one of the demands of the protesters that you implement the recommendations of the SIU report. Then basically you are saying that these individuals have no reason to be protesting tomorrow. Is that what you truly believe?
They don't have a reason to protest tomorrow. Because according to me, what the response that I'm giving to you today are the response that we are going to give to them for as long as they give us the memorandum. But I was still explaining that on the issue of the illegal employees, we are still waiting for SIU to finalize and give us the recommendations, and we'll take it from there. And also on the issue of the water tankers, we are still waiting for SIU to give us a report. We don't have any reason as the municipality not to implement the recommendations that are coming from the SIU.
Patrick, do you want to respond to what the mayor is saying?
Yes, I think my response will be we will raise the selective implementation of the SIU report, because one of our members, Jabu, has been persecuted on that basis. But we are going to raise it in our meeting and we'll continue with engagement. Cathy, the reality here is you can't allow a situation where there is no culture of accountability in the institution. Only employees or only workers are the ones that are accountable. Managers are not accounting to the executive is not accountable to the council is not accountable to the community. You just have people who replacing each other to own the municipality. The problem we have is that we must build resilient structures on the ground so that they can hold councillors accountable. Once councillors are held accountable, they will be able to hold the executive in the form of the mayor and his team accountable. The mayor will be able to hold the executive, the management accountable. And the appointment of the MM within that value chain, something will have been picked up and corrected. But because there's no culture of accountability, communities are relaxing and some people just come and masquerade as community, but they're fighting for their own ends,
Who are those people? Is Refilwe one of those people?
I can't say it's Refilwe one of those people. What I know is that there are structures that are helping us to uproot corruption in those municipalities. But you have corruption development forums that comes and say, we want to know what is happening in this project, but they will necessarily be wanting a tender. Now, once we don't strengthen the chart, so that the structures are united and then are able to ask questions, relevant questions to their councillors, and if their councillors can't answer, then councillors must go home. We get councillors that can be able to answer, and these councillors must be able to ask the mayor what is happening, and the mayor is able to ask every boot. Then we as employees, we will be able to be held accountable and will be very happy, because even the management and the councillors and everybody else will be held accountable. Okay.
Tabiso, you're calling us from Skukune. Good morning.
Good evening. How are you, Cathy, and your visitor?
Yes, doing well. Go for it, Tabiso.
Yes, I'm just having two questions. I just want to know from the mayor, how much have they spent on this case, the legal battle between the legal battle that involves the municipal manager. And again, if this time they lose this appeal, the mayor is going to be held personally accountable for the legal cost. Because I think they are just using the money that was meant for service delivery to defend the individuals.
All right, Tabiso, thanks for that view. Silo, you're in Polokwane. Good morning.
I was waiting for this period to raise one of the things that really got us now. But on the issue of the mayor, his facts are very...
Silo, I need you to switch off your radio, please. We're getting feedback. Switch off the radio. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Cathy. I was saying the mayor's facts are very logical, and I'm not saying he's right. But the way he answers his questions, it looks like he has done his job. But how many times, Cathy, do we hammer the word that when we talk to people, we refer to people? In his answers, the mayor has been using the people that are going to march, the people that have looted, the people that have... And Cathy, I know you understand, it's not him alone. I'm just bothered. I'm a senior citizen. I've been working for government. I'm a retired person from government. In my knowledge is you don't allow one person to handle a transaction from its initiative until the end. Write the receipt book, write the cash book, bank the money, be the signatory to the payments. That is unacceptable in the accounting world. Therefore, I'm saying, if what the mayor is saying is factual, let there be proof. I think he has been very factual in answering you. But whether this is the truth or not, you talked about the people marching, and his answer is, these are the people that were looting. So they are protecting the looting, the looting, what do you call it? The looting way of the looting people are doing. So I'm saying, and these are the two things, you cannot handle a transaction from the beginning up to the end. And secondly, Cathy, I know you speak very good English. You and the rest of the crew there speak very good English. The lady who's coming after you, I think is who's that lady again? Bridget Masinga.
Yes.
Speak very good English. But guys, can't you allow people that come the people who come to your programs not to poison our children in terms of the English they speak? You can't call people that. Even the politicians, even the white people who come to the station use the word that. Is it acceptable?
Okay.
Because I don't know whether we're teaching our children the right way. English is a broken.
All right. So, I think you've made the point, but you're derailing us now, and we don't have a lot of time. So, let me come to you then, Councillor Nwako. The question around the legal battles, how much have you spent on it so far?
Okay. First, Cathy, let me indicate that all the courts that we went through concerning the issue of the municipal manager, I think we went to court twice. And out of all the processes that we went through, there are two orders that we got from the judge that there are some people that lost.
Yes,
and they
Mayor,
lost.
that's fine. So we don't have a lot of time. What is the figure? What is the amount? How much have you spent on this case so far?
The money that we spent up to so far, I can't give you the exact amount, but
no, you must know. No, I'm sure you know what the amount is, Mayor. You know what the amount is. What is it?
I will go and check and verify. But
how do you know? This is a case that has been ongoing. It's top of your list. You've mentioned just how committed you are to it and seeing it through. You must know how much you're spending on it because it's taxpayers' money.
Okay. I will go and verify like I'm indicating, says Cathy, but it's not a lot of money because we only went to court twice. And on those courts, there are some other people who lost, and they lost with the cost. So, meaning the money that we are spending, on the other hand, we are recovering the very same money that we are spending.
Okay, well, I think go and verify that figure for us, and then you'll come back to us and tell us how much exactly it is that the municipality is spending on that case. So this is then clearly an ongoing issue. It is, however, also concerning in a conversation like this to hear that there are multiple interests at play, including from members of the community. And so what Patrick of Samu is saying is not lost on me. That when you have a lack of accountability in a municipality, it's a fight for resources from all ends. And so it's a question of those who are eating replacing each other, and not necessarily that there are genuine interests to see better outcomes in the municipality. And that, I think, is a big concern. We'll leave it there with Municipal Watch for today. Up next is the latest news update.
Top stories for this hour. Police officers urged to set a good example and high police presence ahead of the court appearance of the 95 Libyan nationals. Good morning, I'm Eva Chipa. The chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police in Parliament, Ian Cameron, says it is important for police officers to be held at a higher standard than ordinary citizens when it comes to crime. His comments followed the dismissal of the head of crime intelligence in the Western Cape, Mzwandile Tiyo, from the SAPS. The dismissal follows a Section 34 inquiry to establish his fitness to hold office, following allegations that he lost both a laptop and a firearm and also used crime intelligence resources to find the people who had stolen them and assaulted them. Cameron says officers need to set a specific example with regards to the rule of law.
I get the impression so far from the new police minister is that he's very serious about cleaning up shop. So I hope that we will see more of the same. Look, there's a lot to still be done, but it does seem that there are things happening that are positive.
The EFF is expected to hold a media briefing today to announce leadership changes in its top structure. Several highly placed sources have confirmed to SABC News that Party Deputy President Floyd Shivambu has asked to be relieved from all his duties, including Parliament. Shivambu has been the party's Deputy President since its founding in 2013. Samkela Maseko reports.
Several highly placed sources have confirmed to the SABC that EFF Deputy President Floyd Shivambu will not renew his party membership. The EFF Deputy President has also requested to be released from all of his duties in the party and in Parliament. Sources have, however, said Shivambu has requested the buy-in of the organization on the implementation of his decision. The party and Floyd Shivambu will hold a joint press briefing at midday today. Samkela Masego, SABC News, Johannesburg.
13 illegally connected transformers and over 15,000 kilograms of cables were discovered and confiscated from Sawawa Informal Settlement in Kaya Sands in Randburg. This after City Power conducted an operation in the area in collaboration with law enforcement agencies, which was part of the load reduction strategy yesterday. City Power spokesperson Isaac Mangen.
During the process of cutting and removing cables that were connected to our network, we discovered that there were several transformers that were discreetly concealed from the eyes of the public and hid behind brick-walled structures in the informal settlements. Some of the transformers are suspected to have been stolen, and our teams from the security risk management are working hard to track and also investigate, working with other law enforcement agencies, whether this equipment was stolen from City Power or other municipalities, but also including utilities like Eskom.
In other news, there's high police presence outside the White River Magistrate Court in Mpumalanga, where the 95 Libyan nationals who were arrested in a suspected military training camp in Masoyi, north of White River, are expected to appear in court this morning. The defense team made representations to the NPA and the Director of Public Prosecution, who made a request to have the 95 Libyans appear in court today. The defense lawyer for the group, Nico Duplessis.
We made a representation to the state regarding all the 95 clients of ours, and we were informed by the Director of Public Prosecutions to be at court today. We have not received anything. We don't know, we'll hear in court what the answer is and why we need to be at court today. From our side, we feel there's no case against the accused and that they must go back to the country of origin.
Chairperson of the Market Theatre and former SABC head of news, Phil Molefe, has described the late actor Mamkhoni Chiume as a pioneer of the South African television and entertainment industry. He was speaking at Chiume's funeral service, which is underway in Davidton, east of Johannesburg. The 72-year-old died in hospital last week following a short illness. Molefe shared a story of how he helped her secure an audition while they were still working as teachers.
Connie was a sister, a friend and a colleague, both in teaching and in the creative arts space. Connie's spirit will live on. Lala Ngokolo, Connie Robalaka Khotso, my friend and sister.
And lastly, a court in the US has ruled that a fetus can be referred to as an unborn human being in a government information leaflet to be made available to voters in Arizona. This as several states are due to decide whether to add the right to an abortion to the state constitution during the presidential election in November. The BBC's Emma Vardy has more.
Abortion rights supporters in Arizona had argued that the phrase unborn human being amounted to biased and politically charged words in the context of abortion. But judges in the state Supreme Court sided with Republican lawmakers over the language which could be used in the pamphlet given to voters to help inform their choices. The proposed amendment to Arizona's constitution would allow abortions until around 24 weeks and would restrict the state from prohibiting access to the procedure.
Recapping the top story at 11, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police and Parliament, Ian Cameron, says it is important for police officers to be held to a higher standard than ordinary citizens when it comes to crime. Dineo Mutawung will be back at the bottom of the hour. For SFM News, good morning. I'm Eva Chipa.
Victory in the opening match always sets a good tone, and that's what the Gunners of London are gunning for.
They've almost scored! Kai Havertz! And Arsenal have won it late on.
Meanwhile, the Wolves are on a real mission to howl for 90 minutes in search of essential 3 points.
Wolves have a second! And listen to the noise!
This is the Premier League. Witness the thrilling encounter between Arsenal FC and Wolverhampton Wanderers on Saturday 17 August at 3 p.m. Live on SABC3 and at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Also available on sabcsport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
18 teams are back on the hunting ground. No one wants a loss or a draw. They are all searching for maximum points in every encounter. This is the Bundesliga. Football as it's meant to be. Do not miss out on the 2024-2025 Bundesliga season. Catch the action live on Saturdays at 6:30 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Also available on sabcsport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The Talking Point with Cathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays 9 a.m. till midday.
Good morning, Cathy. Good morning to your listeners, Speed Audi and George. I just want to say all this matters with regards fraud in the municipalities, dishonesty, corruption, all those nonsense. You must really be, I wouldn't say that word, but it's disgusting to do that, to take the people's money which you need to give a service to. You're a worker, you work for the people. We are your clients. Why are you doing this nonsense? You should be a highly seen person in the communities. That's all I want to say, and it's not just with regards to this municipality, it's with regards to all those people who take money from the poor people. Thank you, Cathy.
Hi Cathy, this is KM. You know what, the politicians and whatever leaders, they know that all the reports are null and void according to their opinion and their understanding. They will say that the reports are there, but the recommendations are not binding. Whether it's the report of the Auditor General, the report of a public protector, or the report of a judge, they don't care, those people. They know that those recommendations are not binding. So what's the use of the reports? That is my question. Thank you very much.
I'm a resident of Mohlahlana municipality. Let me correct Mr. Sileka firstly to say that corruption in our municipality did not start in 2022. It started way before 2022. And also concur with the representative of workers to say that at some point, way before 2022, the municipality was dysfunctional. It is no longer dysfunctional, although there are problems of service delivery. which is better than 2022, but we want to see the situation improving in Mogalakwena municipality. And let me also agree with you, says Cathy, to say that we want the implementation of the SIU report and also want to see all those people who have been benefiting unduly from our municipality paying so that money can be diverted back to service delivery. Thank you.
Good morning. You know what? I'm going to say this again. At the end of the day, while we are all listening to councillors like this speaking live on the radio, just giving lip service and talking about irrelevant things, in my opinion, the problem does not get resolved. We've got so much complaints against officials at municipalities and nothing gets done. We do not have the necessary resources for people to be kept accountable, because what happens at the municipality is a month after month after month scenario. And until we get these incompetent individuals out of municipalities and get people in that can actually do the work and keep those accountable for failing the public every month, these kinds of interviews does not mean a thing.
Cathy Mohlahlana on SAFM.
All right, thanks for all of the contributions you've sent in on the conversation we had during Municipal Watch. And I will always say that a part of what strengthens these conversations is when residents of municipalities also get involved. Get involved how? Get involved with sharing information, right? Let us know what is happening. And I guess even just beyond your experience of service delivery in a particular area, but where there are residents who have access to reports, who have access to data that can enrich our conversation, share that with us in advance. Because what I have found is that when we have that as a basis to work off, we're able to get a lot more clarity in terms of answers from the municipal officials that we have on the show. And it also brings the kind of information that residents are also looking for. So it's just a note to say, as we continue to do these sessions on Municipal Watch, it is very important that people who are residents of these areas are also part of the conversation. For our final conversation this morning, we are looking at the issue of period poverty, and it's really highlighting the lack of sanitary products that are available to young girls and to women, especially young women from economically disadvantaged areas and communities. But the problem is that this issue is much bigger than perhaps we give it credit for. And the campaign around it over the years has picked up quite a lot of momentum. Cathy Mohlahlana is founder of I Menstruate movement and also the author of Bleeding in Silence study. Tracy, good morning to you. Thank you so much for coming into studio this morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
It's always interesting to me when we look at this conversation around period poverty, and I've been privileged enough to do work in this space with different organizations, is that people want to know, is this really an issue? Like, who are the people that are struggling with accessing sanitary products? It's like it's something that has just been imagined, that has come out of nowhere, and that people like yourselves are really just making it up to gain some kind of relevance in society, but that's not the case, is it?
Yeah, so it has been an issue for a very long time. Those who know me would know that I used to be one of the organizers or leaders of Equal Education. And while we're doing work on school sanitation in Gauteng, one of the issues that came up was the issue of period poverty in Gauteng schools, which the then MEC responded by providing dignity packs to some schools. So years later, there's been a progress made to try try and respond to that issue from, the introduction of the Sanitary Dignity Framework in 2019, making sanitary products zero vetted. We established I Menstruate movement, and the reason why I Menstruate movement was established is because of my, frustration and the frustrations of young people that I've worked with at Equal Education, who have, constantly identified the issue of period poverty as one of the issues that they are faced with. Then we then said that we don't want to use existing research studies that are out there. There was a study conducted by the Stellenbosch University that we normally quote in South Africa, that 30% of girls are missing school because of lack of menstrual products. We wanted to go and meet these young people, so we in late 2022 we went to 18 schools across the country. We spoke to 541 learners in those schools, including teachers. So it was about 500 interviews. We had focus groups and conducted surveys to understand the issue of period poverty. So we're asking them, do you have access to menstrual hygiene products at school and also at home? Do you have access to sanitary facilities, so toilet and water? Are you able to dispose your pad the way it's required for you to? Have you been taught about menstruation? And our report, Bleeding in Silence, Barriers to Menstrual Hygiene Products among School Girls in South Africa, it's evidence that it is an issue. So 83% of the learners surveyed say that they do not have regular access to menstrual hygiene products at school and also at home. And that is an issue because it impacted how they show up at school and also how they show up for their favorite sports at school and also in their communities.
There are two different legs that I want us to build on. The one is on the education around menstruation. The other is on products that young women or even young girls need to be able to access. On the education front, it has been well documented that generally we seem to have parents that do very badly when it comes to conversations around menstruation. In fact, many people will share that, when they started their period, they were basically sat down for maybe 5 minutes at most to say, okay, well, you've started your period. This is what you should use. Don't have sex with boys. Otherwise, and some parents don't even say don't have sex. Don't play with boys. Otherwise, you're going to come back pregnant. And it's left at that. How do we change that?
So that is a general, I think, experience, even with young people today. I'm a 2000, right? As much as there's information online, on Google, but sometimes it's quite difficult to get accurate information. So how we change that, so as I Menstruate, using our rely on our research, we said that we are calling on, government. So our report was shared with everyone, Parliament, the presidency, different ministers, including political parties. We have some of them responded positively. So we're saying that we need to have mass education on the issue of menstruation, because menstruation is a taboo. Even in our households, we don't speak about menstruation. Why can't we have dinner and speak about menstruation, right? And sometimes we don't know what to say about menstruation. That's the thing. So I think where it starts...
It's a ladies' issue. No, go talk to your mom. Go talk to your sister.
So I think where we need to start, of course, would be within the education system, because schools are already structured. So we need to provide comprehensive menstrual health education beyond just, for instance, our curriculum doesn't cover how to use a pad. It doesn't speak about the advantages and disadvantages of using different products. As Africans, you'd know that there's a big issue of virginity, right? So when you speak about the reusable menstrual products, a cup, for instance, or even a tampon, the old one, people are like, but my virginity. No, as Africans, those are not the things that we are used to. So I think our education system in schools, especially from grade 4, that is our recommendation from that Bleeding in Silence report, from grade 4, we need to teach young people about menstruation, because there are children who start menstruating from the age of 7 because of the food we eat, and I think we all know that. So I think it starts there, then it will move to mass education. One of the examples that I like using is when condoms were introduced in South Africa. I was still a child, I think I was in grade 1 or 2, and I remember seeing condoms everywhere. I think that campaign was effective in that way, that we're able to access condoms even though we're not going to use them, but we knew what those condoms were there for. So I'd say similar approach might work, but nowadays there are a lot of also social media platforms. We need to use those platforms to have conversations about menstruation, because menstruation is life. If you don't menstruate, you are likely not to give birth. So those are the things that we need to use to also embrace our girls, but most importantly embrace the issue of menstruation.
As you're speaking, Tracy, I also think about there's so many aspects to menstrual health, and there are conversations that when a young girl starts menstruating, she has no idea of whether what is happening is normal, what is abnormal. And if you are not able to have conversations with the people around you, then of course it means that there could be a lot happening there that shouldn't be happening. But because you don't know, you are unable to reach out for help and actually get the assistance that you need. I hear the point that you're making on schools sort of being the prime institution to take on this conversation because of the multiplier effect. But I also think, wow, this is such a personal thing to happen in the life of every girl. Surely parents and guardians are the ones that have to be at the forefront of this conversation, because menstrual health is intrinsically linked to sexual health as well.
Yeah, I think it goes back to, for me, I see schools as a safe space, right? Not only for learners, but also for parents. I think because of my background, working with equal education, but also being around people who are teachers. If we are able to provide comprehensive menstrual health education in schools, then it means even in parents' meetings, we'll be able to have conversations about how do you teach or have a conversation with your child about menstruation, about sexual health, about all of these issues. I think parents sometimes, because they are not, most of our parents are not educated, it's quite difficult to speak about any issue, including sex. The only time you have a conversation with your child is when you say you shouldn't have sex, you should abstain, and you don't explain why should they abstain. So I'd say if we were to use schools as a primary source of information for both learners, parents, and also teachers, how they teach. Some teachers are I'm not picking on like the older generation, but because of how they were raised and how they were taught at home, it's quite difficult to just have an easy conversation to facilitate a conversation, not even teaching, to facilitate a conversation on the issue of menstruation. So I think also how teachers are taught on, especially in life orientation, it's important for them to be taught how to facilitate, not just teach, but facilitate these conversations and ensure that young people are also able to contribute to whatever knowledge that is there. And I think so for instance, with our research, I normally say everyone's experience is valid, because when you do grassroots research, you actually see that everyone has everyone is a source of knowledge, right? But because we don't, because your knowledge is not valid based on science or whoever is an expert, therefore we are not going to look at your own experience. So I'd say if we want to reach the older generation, especially parents, including young mothers, we need to, and fathers, we need to we need to think about how do we, bring them on board to also be able to lead these conversations at home. But I would say it starts at school, because if your child is confident to approach you about a particular issue, then you also need to keep up as a parent to be able to provide answers.
I'm thinking about what the survey found in Gauteng, which is a largely urban province. And if you have such high levels of lack of access to sanitary products in an area that is seen as more economically active, economically viable, what happens once you leave the cities and you go into the townships and the rural areas? That situation can only worsen.
Yeah, so our survey was actually, it covers all provinces. So we went to all provinces and we chose metropolitans and all capital cities and, provinces that don't have metropolitans. And the reason for us, doing that was to show that so we went to a township and a rural school in those, metropolitan. So in Gauteng, for instance, we went to Winterveld, which is the outskirts of Pretoria, a little bit rural. When I visited the school 10 years ago, they did not even have proper sanitation according to minimum norms and standards. So the issue is our experiences are similar, but of course in urban provinces a little bit better because we have access to sanitation, clean water. You do have access to some form of menstrual products, so there are NGOs that are donating. Government sometimes is providing for quintile 1 to 3 schools, even though that program is not working really well, but they do have some form of access. Then some of these schools that we visited, they are not accessible. It was quite difficult to even find them, right? So for those schools, you can imagine we know our government. I'm not like bashing them. They know themselves also. If you are not going to go and look for a school for 2 days because you can't find it and you want to donate pads. NGOs are going to try and do that, but sometimes quite difficult to provide services to those schools that are situated in deep rural provinces. And those are the schools that really need menstrual equity. They need access to menstrual pads. They need access to, sanitation and water. The government needs to meet those minimum norms and standards for school infrastructure, especially for those schools that are situated in deep rural provinces.
In this last 2 minutes before we go to headlines, I want you to tell me about what it is that the young girls shared in terms of what happens then when they go on their period every month. What do they do? How does that affect their lives and most importantly their schooling too?
So maybe the viewers can go on our YouTube page. There's a video that speaks about why period poverty is an injustice. I'll share a link on our social media platform so that it's easily accessible. But in short, one of the learners said that their family has to choose between, you need to compete with groceries. So you need to choose between buying bread, a loaf of bread, or buying a pack of pads for one person in the household. And of course the bread will win because everyone will eat that loaf of bread compared to you having menstrual products or a pack of pads which you'll use by yourself. Then some, for instance, when we went to pre-launch our research, Dr. Zenda was asking what are menstrual products, and most learners say that toilet paper, because they use toilet paper as a menstrual product. So for them, toilet paper is a menstrual product. And we know that toilet paper is also not accessible in, low-income households. So that was the other issue that came up. Some spoke about the anxiety that they have to, deal with on a monthly basis because of their periods. They don't understand what's happening in their bodies. There's period pains. There's your mood changes for some of us. Then on top of that, you don't have any form of menstrual, pads, and we are expected to show up for netball or soccer. So those are some of the experiences that our members shared. But I think viewers can go and listen to or watch the video that we have on YouTube that speaks about different experiences of young people who menstruate.
Yeah, and look, I think all of those experiences, right, are experiences that any woman who's undergone the process of menstruation can relate with, because in the life of a young teenager, it is incredibly anxiety inducing. What more for when you have to go to school, you don't feel like you're prepared, you don't feel like you are using the right products, and so you just literally probably can't wait for those, whether it's 2 to 7 days to go to just get over it. And this, I guess the point is that this is not the experience that our country's young people should be going through. And where there's an opportunity to change it, then we should actually be able to change it, because it is these very same girls that are bullied at school. When they're on their period, they're not using the right products, and everybody gets to know that they're on their period because they've stained themselves. And society is quick to judge those children, right? And say, oh no, mang, this and that, not really wanting to understand, but how has this actually happened? What else could be happening that has led to this situation? We're going to continue the conversation with Tracy on the other side of the latest headlines.
With the headlines at 11:30, I am Dino Mutaung. Good morning. The National Prosecuting Authority has withdrawn the case against the 96 Libyan nationals who were arrested earlier this month at a suspected military training camp in Masoyu, north of White River, Mpumalanga. The matter has been handed over to the Home Affairs Department. In other news, former personal assistant to the then Free State Premier Esma Khashule, Morwadi Cholota, has denied all allegations against her, stating that the state is distorting facts, that she's a flight risk. And the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police in Parliament, Ian Cameron, says it is important for police officers to be held to a higher standard than ordinary citizens when it comes to crime. His comments follows the dismissal of the head of crime intelligence in the Western Cape, Mzwandile Tiyo, from the SAPS. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
20 outfits of the Premier League are back on the battlefield for another spectacular season, with ambitions to play the world's most competitive and compelling football.
Rodri! City 3! West Ham 1!
This is the massive fight for the ultimate glory.
Caicedo, is he going to try and beat him from inside his own half? Oh, Moises Caicedo! I can't believe it! What a way to score your first Chelsea goal!
Experience the 2024-2025 Premier League season on Saturdays at 3 p.m. live on SABC3 and at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Also available on sabcsport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Feel Good Fridays just got even better with a brand new Espresso newsletter, the Feel Good Fix. Delivered to your inbox every Friday, it is your weekly dose of joy, entertainment, and local flair. Subscribe now at expressoshow.com and never miss a moment.
From heartwarming stories to tasty recipes, it's all there waiting for you. And remember to tune in to the Espresso Morning Show weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. on S3, and let's start your day right and channel your inner feel good.
SAFM is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAFM and SMS the keyword SAFM88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day, where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Cathy Mohlahlana on SAFM.
I find it appalling that a government can't supply sanitary pads for teenage girls, specifically those who are impoverished and are in school, in township schools and those type of schools. I can't understand how a government cannot supply that. I mean, it's pathetic. I mean, it just shows you it just shows you how disgraceful our government is. Leonard from Pietermaritzburg.
Yeah, and the reality is that this shouldn't even be a conversation, right? A young girl on her period while at school should be able to go to school and ask for a packet of pads, and that should be readily available for her. It shouldn't have to be a back and forth and, oh, let's see what we can do. That should be the standard that we're setting, and it's about the dignity of these young girls. One of our listeners says, "Hi Cathy, one day during school holidays, please allocate an hour to educate young girls about the dangers of having sex at a young age. I'm a mother of a 13-year-old girl and I find it hard to talk about sex with my little girl. I asked her father, but it seems like he's also a coward like me. I am worried." And I don't even think that your 13-year-old, by the way, is listening to a talk radio station like SAFM, but that's a conversation for another day. Tracy, I guess it comes back to the issue of period poverty and the education around it too, and why and how parents are actually just also afraid to get into those details.
Yeah, I think so our parents, for instance, were raised in a different time. So we had an exhibition focusing on menstruation to just visualize menstruation and teach young people, but also everyone about menstruation and period poverty. So I interviewed my grandmother and I asked her, like, what product do you use where you taught about menstruation? And she was like, no, I just saw my sisters. Even with my sisters, we never had a conversation about menstruation. And while she was having that conversation with me, my younger niece was like, oh my gosh, you're talking about menstruation. At school, they taught us, do you know this one? And she was showing me, showing my grandmother a tampon. And my grandmother was like, oh my gosh, what is that now? But she goes to a former Model C school, so the context is a little bit different. I think she's like 12 or 13 this year. Then there's my mother who's like, okay, I was not taught, but she was able to teach us about menstruation because she felt it was important for us to understand what menstruation is. So I'd say that we need to really provide or create spaces where even like the older generation, our mothers who are in their late 40s, to come and learn about menstruation and also learn how to facilitate these conversations, because it's not easy to speak about menstruation. Sometimes you walk around wearing the I menstruate t-shirt and a person is like, we know you menstruate. Why are you wearing that? Why are you telling us, right? And now you need to educate this man who's very patriarchal about why it is important for us to even have a conversation about menstruation.
Yeah, one does always get that sense that it's a conversation that, society more often than not tries to shut it up. Don't talk about that here, especially from the lens of patriarchy. But even women are also the ones who shut down those conversations in public spaces.
Because that's how they are taught.
Yes, to say, no, you should not be talking about this. And you must especially not be talking about it to a man. Like, you must, whatever you do, these are women's secrets. And yet, you have men that are fathers, that are brothers, that are part of society. They too need to know. They too need to understand. They too need to be educated. Mayenzeke, you're in East London. Good morning.
Hi, Cathy. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Cathy, thanks for what you just said now. No? Cathy, it just interests me like it's real. This subject you just bring here. No? But Cathy, I think for them to perform what they want to get what they want to read about, by the way they are working, so that to inform and to tell others whatever is happening about menstruation with the kid. I think, man, you see, not before, we used to have some group of guys at schools, even in our communities, where those guys, they were working as an agent, or as the ones who are linking the community, the ones who are not knowing, and with the ones who for something they forget. So if they can go, they can work with the Department of Education again, even social development, because there is a lot that is happening, most especially in our rural areas, so that those peers, they were there, they can talk about, and also they must not segregate the boys, so that now so that ladies, they must be free when they are at the time for menstruation or so they must not take it as for them, it's for us all. Some ladies are struggling because, and some are scared to talk because of they are not free to talk with men, and as some men who are curious, maybe like me, sometimes to my sisters, to my children, sometimes when I'm free to talk about their stuff, they are so shy to communicate with me. Okay, they just ask me, "Hey, what's wrong about you? What kind of man you are?" You see, and it seems like it's fun when you are men, when you are asking them about what is happening in their bodies.
Yeah.
But it's not easy to talk in SAFM. Sorry for
all right, my
otherwise, it's a good thing. Otherwise, I know which man they can make it real, and then they can make a ways to go to even to the village.
All right, thanks for that contribution, Mayenzeke. And I suppose the point there, Tracy, is that the lack of conversation around it is not only stifling for women, but it's stifling for men too.
Yeah, that's a good point. Shout out to Mayenzeke, shout out to you. So when we started I Menstruate, we wanted to focus on girls, to empower them to be able to speak freely and confidently about menstruation. Then we moved from girls to everyone. So now these girls are the ones who are leading these conversations with anyone within their school to speak about the issue of menstruation. So it is true, it's not a woman or a girl's issue. It is a human rights issue affecting girls and women. And I think we should view it as that. It's an issue of dignity for all of us, even though you don't menstruate. But if your sister menstruates and they stain themselves at school, it is your problem because they are not going to want to show up the next day. Then it affects you as, a parent. So, it is true that it's not only, a conversation that women and girls should be having, but it's a conversation that we should all be having. And I encourage everyone to have those dinner conversation about menstruation, because there's nothing nasty about menstruation.
Okay, all right, Tracy, thank you so much. Cathy Mohlahlana is founder of the I Menstruate movement. That's where we leave it with her on the talking point for today. Okay, coming up next, it's competition time. I hope that you are ready wherever you are. I'm going to remind you, if we're the ones that call you, you have to answer SAFM 88 for you to claim your prize, 8,800 Rand of the 88,000 Rand that we're giving as part of the competition. So my producers are ready. Everybody's ready? All right, competition time on the other side of this.
Oscar and Emmy winner Kevin Costner is John Dutton, a sixth-generation homesteader and devoted father. John controls the largest contiguous ranch in the United States, operating in a corrupt world where politicians are compromised by influential oil and lumber corporations and where land grabs make developers billions. Shifting alliances, unsolved murders, open wounds, and hard-earned respect puts Dutton's property in constant conflict with those it borders, an expanding town, an Indian reservation, and America's first national park. Channel your inner drama with Yellowstone, Saturdays at 9:30 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
S3. 18 teams are back on the hunting ground. No one wants a loss or a draw. They are all searching for maximum points in every encounter. This is the Bundesliga. Football as it's meant to be. Do not miss out on the 2024-2025 Bundesliga season. Catch the action live on Saturdays at 6:30 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Also available on sabcsport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
SAFM is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAFM and SMS the keyword SAFM88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy.
SAFM 88.
SAFM 88.
Oh, Cathy.
Hello, Jane. Oh, I love it for you. I love it for you.
Oh, God, I'm gonna cry.
Oh, congratulations. It sounds like you've been watching that phone, Jane. You did not miss a beat.
I just had a feeling. I just had a feeling, and oh my gosh.
Your feeling was right. Your feeling was right. Happy Women's Month, Jane.
Thank you. Happy Women's Year for me now, Cathy.
Look, goodness. I'm sure there are plenty of things that you can put this 8,800 Rand to use for, especially in this tough economy. Congratulations to you, Jane.
Thank you very, very much.
And thank you for being a listener of SAFM and your support and your loyalty.
I love SAFM. I listen from 3 o'clock in the morning already.
Whoop, whoop. Go SAFM. Oh, Jane,
much.
thank you and congratulations. You see, the phone didn't even ring. Jane was on it. That's how you win a competition, folks. And so we leave it on that note. Oh, Jane, you've just warmed my heart. Thank you very much. And a big congratulations to you. I wish we could do this every day. We must go and talk to the management, A-level. We must go to management and ask them if they can give us 8,800 Rand to give out every day on the show for the rest of the... It's our birthday all year, isn't it? So they must give us a budget so that we can give out something every day, because it's so nice to be able to bring some light into the lives of our listeners. All right, Talking Point, back with you again tomorrow. Have a lovely afternoon. Thank you for a great show as always.
Catch me, Bonang Mateba, on a fresh reality series that showcases the business behind being a business. Get to experience an intimate look at my life with family, personal growth, and my mission to uplift young women. Jet with me as we prepare to crown a lucky chaser. Be grounded, be entertained, and be dazzled. Monday, 6 p.m. on S3, it's a date with you and B. Catch Bedazzled by Bonang on S3 every Monday at 6 p.m. The Rockets know how magical 3 points is in football. They want just that in their own backyard this weekend. But Gunners want to deny them any joy as they are in dire need of victory to escape from the uncomfortable territory. Mpumalanga battles it out with Eastern Cape. This is the Hollywood Bet Super League. TS Galaxy Queens FC versus City Lads Ladies FC, the Sunday 18 August at 3 p.m. Live on SABC 1 and SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The book reading. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised. SAFM presents another episode of A Life of Purpose, written by Luvuyo Wochela and Lumkile Wiseman Kuhlu. The reader is Lerato Velase.
As revelations of state capture and corruption began to emerge, following warnings from the then public protector Thuli Madonsela in 2016, the Courageous Conversations series spawned a platform entitled Unite for Mzansi, which extended the conversations to tackle issues relating to state capture. Towards the end of 2017, Wiseman was approached to take up the position of non-executive chairman of KPMG South Africa, and in early 2018, the year in which the Zondo Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture was established, he resigned from the Ethics Institute and all other boards and immersed himself in getting to the bottom of what had happened to KPMG SA and the auditing and accounting profession, to throw it so badly off course and in formulating a plan to rehabilitating it and restore trust. In 2020, Wiseman published his memoir, Enabler or Victim, KPMG SA and State Capture, which records his personal experiences of the responsibilities he undertook on behalf of KPMG SA. Wiseman has consistently reminded the profession that its social role is paramount and that transparency and accountability are part and parcel of that mandate. His dedication to cultivating ethical leadership has left a legacy that will live on in future generations of accountants. To commemorate his 40 years of dedication to his profession and as a reminder to future generations of accountants of what it means to live up to the highest standards of the profession, SAICA presented him with the prestigious Legacy Award in 2022. Until 2013, the South African accounting profession has been rated number 1 in the world for its trustworthiness. In that year, however, its status plummeted. In 2023, thanks to the work of people like Wiseman Nkuhlu, SAICA regained its global leadership status. This second edition of A Life of Purpose coincides with Wiseman Nkuhlu's 80th birthday. His priority as an octogenarian, apart from continuing to serve in an advisory capacity on several forums, is to focus on empowering and creating educational and training opportunities that will culminate in employment for youth from disadvantaged communities. He continues to accept public speaking engagements at which he can share his experiences and accumulated wisdom about cultivating a culture of ethics and accountability in his profession. And most importantly, he plans to spend more time with his wife and family, who are central to the meaning of his life of purpose. Chapter 1. From Tsomo to Kala, the Nkuhlu family. The winding dirt road from the sprawling western outskirts of the village, now the town of Kala, heading towards Indwe, is a gateway of scenery typical of former homeland countryside. It meanders alongside duned and gullied grassland and undulates through the grassy and stony hills of the northern Kala rural villages. About 14 kilometers from the town, atop the gently sloping Babazeleni hill, sits the village of Apamngce, a small settlement engulfed by arable fields, patchy forestation and undulating pasture land. Slightly away from the houses, cattle browse and wander. Apamngce is one of the historical African Quadrant land tenure settlements in this locality. It is named after the meandering stream Mngce, which flows from the western highlands to the villages of Lapesi, Mangweni and Apalufuta. Together with the other villages of this area in the southern Kala and on the further western escarpment, Apamngce formed part of the Khalanga magisterial district established in the 19th century and administered from the town of Kala following colonial conquest. The physical features of these villages have altered over time. The impact of the notorious betterment planning, particularly its legacy of villagization, is vivid. Residential sites in most villages are well demarcated and fenced in. In Apamngce, Houses are corralled with an array of production resources that include vegetable gardens, livestock kraals, chicken runs, and occasionally pigsties. Most sites are accessible and are near the road that runs through the village, snaking in from its entrance to its far end where the Nkuhlu homestead lies, on just over an acre, half surrounded by tall peppercorn trees with a variety of houses from the traditional round rondavels to medium-sized and more elaborate square houses. On the Nkuhlu site are numerous kraals, stalls and sheds for livestock and an enclosed chicken run. A large and well-demarcated fruit and vegetable garden of nearly an acre stretches east from this complex to the banks of a stream flowing from the symbolic Galeni Hills on the western part of the village. On the banks of the stream lies a 5-acre arable land of the Nkuhlu family. This is the land Tio Wemben and Maud Jane Nkuhlu, the parents of Wiseman, bought in 1948, and on which they gradually built a purposeful household. It would become the home of Wiseman and his siblings, and equally a symbolic homestead, or umzi, of succeeding Nkuhlu generations. In 1938, Tio had arrived in Kala from the district of Tsomo, some 200 kilometers to the west, to pursue his vocation as an agricultural extension officer. He was 21 years old and a graduate of the Middle Drift, Fort Cox and Tsolo agricultural colleges. His expertise was instantly in demand in the Kalanga district. During the 1930s, agricultural officers of the Union government had sporadically rehabilitated rural African areas. Such initiatives became an official nationwide program of rural planning through a proclamation of 1939 and were extended to the rural African areas that had been proclaimed reserves through the 1913 Land Act. Kalanga district, part of such African areas, had attracted attention by the mid-1930s as agricultural officers gradually initiated livestock control and soil conservation measures in its many villages, including Mle, where Tio had just arrived. Over time, it became apparent that Tio would have an extended stay in Kala. In the 9-year period from 1938 to 1947 alone, his skills were demanded in 4 different extension service stations within the Kalanga district, and his ties to the area were strengthened when he married in that locality in 1943. Although it was common for most young men at the time to migrate between their places of work and their homes, Tio preferred not to be itinerant. After his marriage, he started his own family in the locality of Kala, where he would live for much of his life. That decision marked the expansion of part of the Nkuhlu family lineage from Tio's birthplace of Tsomo to the Kala area. The Nkuhlu family moves to Kala. It was the prospect of work that drove Tio from Tsomo to Kala in the late 1930s. But it is still important to look back briefly at the heritage of the Nkuhlu family in Tsomo before Tio's pioneering move to Kala, and to map out the rich legacy of the Nkuhlu pedigree and provide a historical context for the household that Tio Nkuhlu would establish at the Kala village of Apamle and the birth of his first child, Lumkile, or Wiseman, in the 2nd month of the year 1944. By the mid-19th century, in the decisive stages of colonial conquest, the Nkuhlu family had entrenched a sturdy heritage and a significant family history on the eastern escarpment of the Kai River and the plateau of its tributary, the Xolobe River, the rugged and undulated highland to the west of what became the district of Tsomo. Tio's grandfather, Bikani, was the 3rd child of Nkuhlu who, with his family, lived on the banks of the Xolobe. His ancestral lineage was the clan of Amanjeya, Omdubela, Khwali Matu, Mcumbe nomXhanywa, Mawulashe, Maphupehleka njengomntwana, njalo njalo. Bikani's social and cultural life revolved around the influence of Christian missionaries. That was not surprising, as the Scottish Presbyterian missionaries in particular had by the late 1850s penetrated the territory neighboring the Nkuhlu locale west of the Gai. In the heartland of what was the remnant of the Ngqika territory under Sandile, and which later became the Stutterheim district in the west, they had established a main station and a school in Mgwali. By the 1860s, the Presbyterian missionaries had extended their reach across the Gai and had established other stations near the Xolobe stream, near the Nkuhlu surroundings, and Blycewood further south, adjoining Nqamakwe. Nkuhlu home in the Xolobe area became symbolically linked to the Presbyterian missionaries. In subsequent years, the Xolobe Mission School would be known for the early schooling of prominent individuals, including a young Albertina Sisulu, born Tetiwe, who also grew up in that area in the 1920s. Bikani, who had received basic mission education as a young man, was baptized after converting to Christianity and turned to preaching and mission work. As he became an essential part of the church's cause, Xolobe Mission Station served as facilitator for the further expansion of the Scottish Presbyterian onto the mountainous southern terrain of the Tsomo district.
That was another episode of A Life of Purpose, second edition, written by Luvuyo Wochela and Lumkile Wiseman Nkuhlu. The book is available in all leading bookstores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on The Talking Point. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patala, read by Lerato Mvelase, technical production by Nanda Koza.
It is touch after 12 on Thursday, the 15th of August, 2024. A very warm welcome to Update at noon here on SAFM, leading the conversation. I'm Udo Carlson, standing in for Sakina Kamwendo. One of the big things we are watching this hour is, of course, the much-anticipated EFF media briefing following speculation that its Deputy President Floyd Shivambu is leaving the party. That has gotten underway. Floyd Shivambu's at the podium at the moment. But right now, let's just find out very quickly what is happening in the world of news. You're on Update at noon. The latest news brought to you by Dine Omutang.
Thanks, Udo. Good afternoon. Top stories. Case against 95 Libyan nationals withdrawn and police officers urged to set good examples. The National Prosecuting Authority has officially withdrawn the case against the 95 Libyan nationals who were arrested last month at a suspected military training camp in Masoyi, north of White River, Mpumalanga. The matter has been handed over to the Home Affairs Department. NPA spokesperson Monica Nyoswa says going forward, an administration process will be taken for them to be deported.
After the National Prosecuting Authority looked at the evidence evidence contained in the docket and the representations made by the lawyers of the accused, a decision was taken for the charges to be withdrawn against all the accused, which is 95 Libyans.
Moving to the Free State, the Bloemfontein Magistrates Court has adjourned the bail application hearing of Morwadi Chulota, the former personal assistant of the then Free State Premier Ace Magashule, to later today. Chulota, in a heads of argument, mentioned how the state has humiliated, intimidated and falsely charged her. She has been charged with fraud, corruption and money laundering in the controversial 255 million rand asbestos removal contract case.
Right, Dineo, thank you very much. It is updated noon here on SAFM. Udo Karel se in for Sakina Kamwenda. Without wasting any further time, because he's been on the podium now for the last 2.5 minutes, let's go to that EFF briefing, currently being addressed by Deputy President, or, well, we'll see after this if he is still Deputy President, Floyd Shivambu.
That will continue to do so in our respective different responsibilities. I firmly believe that political decisions should never be personalized and treated as betrayal of the cause and of individuals. I said, Comrade President, you are my brother and comrade, and will always cherish the contributions we made in our lives during the formation of the EFF, even prior to that. I wish the economic freedom fighters full prosperity and success. Formation of the EFF, even prior to that. I wish the economic freedom fighters full prosperity and success, and wish that all the commissars and ground forces and public representatives and members of the EFF Students Command will accept this very difficult decision that I have taken. The struggle and war for economic freedom will never be compromised by any individual decision. It has been ingrained in the hearts and minds of many people in South Africa and the entire African continent. Revolutionary regards and God bless, and the letter is signed off. And just to give clarity so that there is no speculation, I have decided not to renew the membership of the EFF because I will join and participate in Umkhonto as a party. I am not going to speak here in Winamatikizela Mandela House as to what is the basis of that, because that will be tantamount to campaigning already for Umkhonto as a party. So I'm going to be actively involved in Umkhonto as a party and shape its direction and the politics that are obtaining today in South Africa. So that is to end the uncertainty or speculations that have been obtaining in terms of what is going to happen. There is no specific position that has been assigned to me. There is no commitment or any promise of deployment to parliament or to anything. It's a decision that I have taken, and I think and believe that it will add meaningful value to the progressive and revolutionary politics that must be pursued by all the progressive forces in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DP. CIC, I'll hand over to you to say something.
Thank you very much, members of the media, the officials of the EFF. I stand before you to accept the decision of the Deputy President of the EFF, who has voluntarily resigned his positions and did not renew his membership. When he sent me a letter yesterday, I felt the same pain when I received the news of the passing away of my mother. Because Floyd, to me, is not just a comrade, he's a brother. And he will remain a brother even when he pursues his political career differently. We formed this organization together. And I've told him that resigning from the EFF is equal to resigning from himself, because this is his organization. The constitution of the EFF does not allow people to resign and join other political parties and come back to the party. But I've made this offer to Floyd, that the day you decide to come back, you are more than welcome, because you are not a member. You are a founder of this political party. So you are not our enemy, will never be your enemies. We'll continue to engage on different political and personal issues. Floyd is not the only one. Jimmy Manyi has also resigned to go and join MK. And there will be many others who are going to leave the EFF because they've got their loyalty and support to the Deputy President. So fighters on the ground should be prepared for more people to follow. And this should not serve as a point of collapse for the EFF. This is a testing moment. The organization that has lived beyond 10 years has never been through this testing moment. The EFF will have to pass this test or it will have to die. And we, as members and leaders of the EFF, will defend its life, will make sure it lives forever for generations to come. It is the responsibility of the provincial leaders, the regional leaders, and the branch leaders to consolidate the ground and strengthen the branches of the EFF. This is not the end. It's a beginning of a journey because we've turned 10 years and this is a new chapter for the EFF. So you can be rest assured that we are not going to be howling insult at each other. We are not going to be speaking bad about each other. Individuals make individual political decisions and they will stand by those decisions. We all write our own individual history and the Deputy President has decided to write his own history. And individuals will leave the organization, but the organization must still stand because the organization must live beyond individuals. If it is an organization, it can't rely on the existence of individuals, including me as a person. If it happens one day, I die, the EFF will have to live beyond me. Because the EFF has got its own founding manifesto, its own election manifesto. The EFF is well represented in Parliament and will continue to execute its responsibilities. We wish DP all of success. We know that wherever he's going to be of value. We've lost a valuable member as the EFF, but the show continues. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga Siasi. So we're going to take questions, but one round. So, whoa, President, do you see? Everyone's hands are going up. So we'll start over here. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10, and that's it. I didn't see you. And number 11, and we close in. And number 1.
Samkele Masego. Samkele Masego, not Samkele.
What did I say? Samkele.
Not Samkele, yes.
Samkele.
From the SABC. My question is directed to Mr. Shivambu and also to you, Mr. Malema. To Mr. Shivambu, what ultimately led to your decision to leave the July 26 movement that you ultimately formed after the Marikana massacre? 2, there have been reports in the past of a very frictious relationship between yourself and Mr. Malema. Did this ultimately contribute to your ultimate decision to join the MK party? Thirdly, in KwaZulu-Natal, when you were a deployee, you were perceived as someone who is purging the supporters of Marshal Dlamini. And some may have perceived you as a Trojan horse that was sent inside the EFF to work to weaken it in order for the gains of the MK party within that particular province. any substance or credence to those particular allegations. Then, on a last one on you, Mr. Shivambu, on Monday it's reported that you met former President Zuma in Kwatawatunuse in Nkandla. Did you have this meeting with Mhlanganyelwa at his homestead? To Mr. Malema, speaking at the 10th anniversary gala dinner in Kempton Park, you spoke about how you would never want Floyd to coalesce behind your back, and if that were to ever happen, you would ultimately be ruthless politically as you've been in the past. What does this say about your relationship with him, now being the one who chooses to leave, as opposed to your words to say that if they want you out, they must just come to you and you will simply drive away to the sunset and leave them with this July 26 movement? Mr. Malema, do you feel as if your association and embracement of former President Zuma, particularly after the tea, has contributed to the negative fortunes of the EFF, as many have been confused of the nature of the EFF and Jacob Zuma, henceforth the elections? Thank you.
You might have covered all the questions for everybody else. Number two.
I think Samuel has already asked all the questions. Just to find some clarity, I think you'll educate us politically in terms of the constitution of the EFF. Will there be a replacement for DP immediately, or that will be decided at the next conference in December? Thank you. Or Mudiba from the Inside Factor, sorry.
Number three.
Thank you very much. It's Zianda Ngobo from Newsroom Africa. Just following off of my colleague's question, Samkela Masego, Mr. Malema, there's also been a lot of speculation, and perhaps she can also speak for herself, that Veronica Mente and Boysen Ndlozi are also set to follow the DP. Who exactly are you aware of possibly leaving the EFF? You also just mentioned it. Mr. Malema, did you see it coming? And then lastly to Mr. Shivambu, what is it about the MK party that was so attractive that you'd leave your own movement that you started yourself? What was the nature of the discussions to have you cross over? I know you said you don't want to discuss much here, but just if you could give us a brief summation. Thank you.
Number four. I like that story. Number five, are you covered too? Yes.
Salano Makwidi area from Salam Media. My question is to Mr. Julius Malema. Your relationship with MK now, is it cordial? Do you feel hard done and blindsided by them? You mentioned that a few members will be following the deputy president. From now onwards, how will you be interacting with the MK? Thank you.
Number six.
Already freelance. There are suggestions that this move was sparked by pending charges in relation to EDS. Or scrutiny from SAR, scrutiny of Mr. Shivambu's. Well, could you comment on that, please?
Seven.
Good afternoon. My name is Ngozi from Mr. Shivambu. Just looking at your demeanor after delivering the letter, it seems like quite a painful moment for you. What are some of your personal reflections, 11 years now? And perhaps some moments that some of us may have not been privy to during these 11 years, just at the top of your head. And at a later stage, would you then consider returning to the party? Is that something you think you'd ever think about, given that you've been offered, to say the door remains open for you? Thank you.
8. Good afternoon, Shannon Merricks from Kasi Broadcasting Africa. My question is, the DP and the President can respond to this. As we've been public about this, that MK was started to destroy EFF and ANC even before elections. You can check our Twitter, we've been public. We've also been public about people in EFF that are almost playing for two teams. We've been public. You know Twitter, you can go and check all those. So we are not even surprised with the list of people resigning and going to the MK. because we made those predictions. We saw the results in KZN. We saw after EFF at FNB had over 100,000 people. When it went to Northern Cape, that event for a celebration, it looks to us, not to you, to us, that event should have had more than that number of people. The results in KZN, it's our opinion. People in EFF didn't attack MK because there's no way you can deploy people in KZN in some of the province. They deployed there, they can't see MK is a threat. MK was never under attack by EFF. That's our assessment. Whether we're wrong or right, whether you agree or disagree. So what is happening today, you can go to our tweets before elections. It's what we predicted. And we're not even surprised with the people leaving. But politically, for Floyd Shivambu and Julius Malema coming from Shishego, Floyd coming from Jimmy Jones, I know you'll remain friends because politically you are more mature than that. But how do you say to those that will now, the split, where Jimmy Manyi decided to join MK, where somebody else will have to decide to join Julius Malema, how do you respond to those people about your political decisions to understand that they are not enemies, they should be as mature, and I'm happy you both here. But for me, I saw this coming, I'm not surprised, sorry. Go check our tweets. It's a sad moment, but we saw this coming. Thank you.
This was a long preamble. Thank you. Number 9. Number 9.
Mohammed Baum from Radio Islam International. Mr. Malema, is this the beginning of the end of the EFF?
Number 10.
My greetings to the House. Ntunzi is my name, from Welela News. This question directed to the President. As it's been alleged that the Deputy President, Floyd, he had a meeting on Monday at Nkandla with the President Zuma. If it's yes, he had, was the President aware about that meeting that was taking place? And the letter that you received from Floyd yesterday, also of Jimmy Manyi, when was it received? Is it also received yesterday? Thank you very much.
And lucky number 11, thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. My name is Lunga from the Mail and Guardian. Look, President, mine is just to you. Was the decision of maybe Mr. Shivambu based on saying that there were issues of paging, that maybe you were afraid that he was going to challenge you in the next conference? Maybe Mr. Shivambu can also maybe speak on that to say, was it an issue where, because from what I hear is that there were dissenting voice that maybe you should step aside and new minds should come to play and maybe another leader should take over the party. So is this not what caused the situation of where you are now? Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we won't be taking any more questions after that. DP, can I hand over to you to respond, and then President, you will close. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Commissar Lien. I thought I'd indicated when...
DP, they can't see.
They want to...
Oh! To speak from this facility. No, thank you very much for the questions. And I thought we had said when, in the main statement, that I don't want to speak about Mkondo Wesizwe party here. So if you say, why did you join and what attracts you, then you are forcing me to speak about Mkondo Wesizwe party here and the reasons. I will talk about Mkondo Wesizwe openly in the appropriate platforms. And that is what we'll do. What I know though is that the Progressive Caucus Charter, which was co-signed by Mkondo Wesizwe party, the economic freedom fighters, the ATM, the NCC and the UAT, amongst other things, says that we shall fight for expropriation of land without compensation for equitable redistribution. So that joint charter which we signed also says that we're going to fight for the nationalization of the commanding heights of the economy, in particular the mines and the banks. It also says that we're going to strengthen our democracy by ensuring that the government and all captains of the ruling class are held accountable to achieve a corrupt-free society. It also says that we shall fight for the decolonization of legal and cultural apparatuses in society as a whole, with emphasis on an Afrocentric philosophy of law. So the charter which we jointly signed says that we shall fight for free quality education, healthcare, housing, water and sanitation. It also says that we're going to fight for the industrial development of the African economy, attainment of peace and stability in all its nations. And it also says that we shall defend and promote the liberation, struggle, legacy and progressive internationalism. And part of the key tenets of the political ideological agreement that I know jointly defines the EFF and Umkhonto Wesizwe Party is anti-capitalism, it's anti-racism, it's anti-sexism, it's anti-colonialism. And there was an anti-imperialist character as well, the rule of law. And those are the values which I know I can say this because these are values that commonly characterize the political parties. So one thing which I don't do, Samkel, I'm sure you could have realized, is that I don't entertain rumors and speculations. So even if people spread false things about what happened and what didn't happen, I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. I deal with politics and political content strictly. So every time I'm going to have a political discussion or a media discussion, it will strictly be on content issues and how do we shape society, how do we build a progressive society which is going to benefit the black majority and Africans in particular. So that is the agenda that we're going to be communicating. Those things of who met who, when, and all of those things. Like, I went to Nkandla during elections, or last year when we were setting up structures. I've never been to Nkandla in the recent past, but I don't want to enter into that discussion. And I will not be tempted, not once, to take platforms to talk about personal issues. All the time, we'll stick to the commitment of talking politics, of content, of ideology, of just how do we take society forward. That is strictly what we're going to deal with. The rest of the issues, I don't think they are worth responding. Thank you very much.
No, to DP. CIC, can I hand over to you to close?
Me and Floyd had a meeting yesterday at this place for a very long time, just the two of us. Because when I got the news, I was in Polokwane, and I asked to see him, and I met him. We had an open, frank debate about it, and then later we were joined by the SG. We spoke about everything. And then this morning at 10, we had a meeting of the officials. And then we were invited to the last lunch by the TG after the meeting. So before we came here, we ate together. Because there's nothing personal about political personal decisions. So you can be rest assured nothing is really going to affect our relationship. Well, I've got no relationship, none whatsoever, or association with President Zuma. I don't have any kind. So we fought President Zuma, and then when he was out, we're done with it. So to pursue him, even after his term of office, will be unreasonable. And that's why I never saw a need to speak bad about him in the elections, because my focus was on the main political party that we seek to remove from power. So I can't be concentrating on other political opposition parties instead of concentrating on the main target, which was the ANC and the DA. Those were the two parties ahead of us. So that's what we focused on. And I've never taken any platform to speak bad about President Zuma, because I believe that it's not my space to be fighting other small political parties. We need to focus on the main enemies of the revolution. There are people who spoke very bad about MK, spoke very bad about President Zuma, who are going to join him now. That's the nature of politics. Politics, if we're in the stock market, it was going to be a very volatile stock because of in and out. You can't say, no, they are here, they are forever here. So we take that risk as we continue to build the organization. There will not be any replacement of the DP, because we're going to the conference in December, so there's no need. But also, if you appoint anyone to be deputy president now, you are creating expectations. And when we arrive there, that person is not elected as president. You cause more problems now. So we are very fortunate, though unfortunate, that it happens on the eve of the conference. And the conference will be able to resolve that. I can't give a list of who's going to join MK after Floyd. I didn't know Floyd was going to join MK. So if I didn't know about Floyd, can you imagine about others? Because I'm more close to Floyd, more than anyone else. So if I didn't know about Floyd, you can expect that there will be others. Our relationship with MK does not get affected by individual members joining MK or leaving MK to join EFF or anything. Our relationship is defined by what the Deputy President has read as a charter for Progressive Caucus. And that's what brings us together with MK. I don't know about pending charges of VBS or anything of that sort. So I wouldn't say there was anything necessitated by that. Samkele, I know of a long list of people who are double pegging. The EFF, the MK, I know them. Sometimes I tell them that this one is going to move, this one is going to move, this one. So some of these things don't shock us because we anticipated them, we see them as they come. But we must be rest assured that the organization will live beyond us. You talk about FNB and then talk about Northern Cape. You know there are no people in Northern Cape. So you want a big rally in Northern Cape where there are no people. There are no people. The whole of Northern Cape was at that stadium. So where must I go get others from? Northern Cape does not come anywhere close to Soweto. So to compare FNB with Northern Cape is unrealistic. And what is worse about FNB is that we had buses all over South Africa coming to the rally at the FNB. We didn't have that at the Northern Cape. Actually, the Northern Cape rally shocked us because we're just from the elections. People are exhausted, there's fatigue, but the way the people of Northern Cape responded reaffirmed that this organization is going to live for a very long time. This is not the beginning of the end of the EFF. This is the beginning of a new chapter for the EFF. This organization will be here for a very long time. Samkelo, you know, we don't preside over failed projects. Once we put our mind into it, we put our souls into it, we will work tirelessly for this organization, including in KZN. We have not given up on KZN. I don't know of a meeting between Floyd and President Zuma. When did Manye resign? Monday, this Monday. Yeah, Monday. But even before he left, he sent me a message saying he wants to see me. He asked for an appointment through the SG, and the SG is not acting on that appointment, so he's coming directly to ask me for a meeting. I referred back the communication to SG, and SG's response was very simple. He's leaving. So he's going to MK. So what meeting for what? Because he's leaving. Why must we have a meeting? He's leaving. So he wants me to call you to come and tell you that he's leaving. He's leaving. And then that was when Friday, Thursday, somewhere there. And then Monday he resigned. SG sent me the letter. And I've not done anything. I've not spoken to him. It's not my place. He has made his own decision. I'm not aware of Floyd going to challenge me in the next conference of the EFF. If anything, where such rumors were raised, no one even bothered to bring them forward as a threat that, no, Mail and Guardian said this, you see the plan of these guys is clear, because no one ever took that very serious, because there was no such a thing. And there was never a discussion to replace Floyd as the deputy president. All of the informal talks I've listened to, there's never been a single person who came to me and said, we need to remove Floyd. If anything, I've heard that Marshall is going to be contested and things like that. But I've never heard that about Floyd. And that there's a possibility of a contestation between the two of us. So this could not have been necessitated by paging or fighting between me and Floyd, because there was no such a conflict. So we are where we are. Painful as it is, we have to accept it and we have to move on. It was unexpected. Some of our leaders shed tears this morning because it came as a shock and they've never seen it happening. So we accept it. There's nothing much we can do about personal decisions. When people take personal political decisions, that should never lead into enmity. We drink holy water with Castle Matal. For many years, since the formation of the EFF, but he's a member of the ANC, he's a leader of the ANC, he's a deputy minister of police. That has never made us to be enemies. So I'm giving you that example, that belonging to a different political party does not make you an enemy. But we must accept that people will have personal decisions and personal developments, and that we are not stuck where we are. What you need to know is that I will remain a loyal and disciplined member of the EFF, and that my coffin will be draped with the flag of the EFF. Even if I remain alone, I will do so because I'm loyal to this cause. And when there were rumors that I'm joining the ANC, my grandmother was still alive and said to me, you can join the ANC and get all the benefits you want. But what about these people who turned against the ANC in support of you? What's going to happen to these people? So many people's careers were destroyed. So many people became poor and some lost even their homes because of this idea called the EFF. And to resign from it, I will be betraying those people who said we're prepared to take this risk because we believe in the vision of the EFF and its generational mission. So I want to reassure the ground forces of the EFF, loyal, hardworking, disciplined ground forces of the EFF, I am with you, and I will never turn my back against this organization. And I will never turn my back against this building named after one of the best leaders our struggle has produced, Winnie Madikizela Mandela House. So, this organization has got leadership. This organization has got structures. And the structures are seized with the process of preparing for conference. So be rest assured, tomorrow the doors of this building will still be opened. We are not closing this building today, and we're not closing this building tomorrow. It will remain here as a monument for the struggle for economic freedom in our lifetime. So I want to repeat, I will be buried with the flag of the EFF. My coffin will be draped with the flag of the EFF, and I will never turn my back on my people. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, South Africa. At 12 p.m. today, Deputy President of EFF, he was still at the time, Floyd Shivambu, took to the podium in Braamfontein at Winnie Mandela House and shared the news that he is not renewing his membership, that he is stepping down as Deputy President, resigning from all EFF positions. And 42 minutes later, the words Floyd, hashtag EFF Presser, and Ndlozi are trending in South Africa. What do you make of this? And of course, the words of Julius Malema with the news that Floyd Shivambu's leaving for the MK party. He would not expand on that. Suffice to say that he wouldn't campaign for one party while still being in the presence of another. The news that Mzwanele Manyi, ordinary member of Parliament, is set to leave for MK. And then the words by Julius Malema, many others who will leave the EFF due to their loyalty to the Deputy President. We heard the speculation, and today it's proven where there was smoke, there is fire. And where does this leave this idea of the EFF? Once again, the words of Julius Malema, the idea of the EFF with this movement away from the party. I would love to get your thoughts on this. Let's share. This is Updated Noon. Udo Karls in for Sakina Kamwendo.
AVBOB is sharing mutual value with AVBOB members like never before. Introducing AVBOB Member Rewards. Qualifying AVBOB members now enjoy even more benefits. Don't miss out on your chance to get rewarded. Visit the AVBOB website to learn more, or simply register on the AVBOB self-service portal at selfservice.avbob.co.za to opt in, or visit your nearest AVBOB branch for assistance.
Winners,
Finalists, fan favorites, and viral sensations from previous seasons of America's Got Talent return to the stage to compete for the All-Star title. Join Heidi Klum, Howie Mandel, and Simon Cowell as they decide who is the best of the best. The creme de la creme, the top dog, is in Tamatota. It's a festival of talent on America's Got Talent All-Stars. Saturdays at 6:30 p.m. on S3. Channel your best entertainment with America's Got Talent All-Stars. Only on S3. Open up.
SAFM is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAFM and SMS the keyword SAFM88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
The Rockets know how magical 3 points is in football. They want just that in their own backyard this weekend. But Gunners want to deny them any joy as they are in dire need of victory to escape from the uncomfortable territory. Mpumalanga battles it out with Eastern Cape. This is the Hollywood Bet Super League. TS Galaxy Queens FC versus City Lads Ladies FC, the Sunday 18 August at 3 p.m. live on SABC 1 and SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Feel Good Fridays just got even better with a brand new Espresso newsletter, The Feel Good Fix. Delivered to your inbox every Friday, it is your weekly dose of joy, entertainment, and local flair. Subscribe now at expressoshow.com and never miss a moment.
From heartwarming stories to tasty recipes, it's all there waiting for you. And remember to tune in to the Espresso Morning Show weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. on S3, and let's start your day right and channel your inner feel good.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Most of which has been taken up this afternoon by, of course, the announcement in Marshalltown at Winnie Madikizela Mandela House at the headquarters of the Economic Freedom Fighters that its deputy president is leaving the party. Floyd Shivambu is leaving the party, almost certain to join up with the MK party, although he would not expand on that. He said he would use the appropriate platform, which he felt was not today, to speak more about that. But for some analysis on these latest developments, we're joined on the line by political analyst Professor Ntsikelelo Breakfast, the director for the Center for Security, Peace and Conflict Resolution at the Nelson Mandela University. Prof, good afternoon.
Thank you very much for having me.
The speculation has been out there. It has now been made official. How surprised are you?
No, this is an interesting turn of events. I mean, I didn't see it coming, trust me. But I think the party has been dealt with a blow in a big way, because you're not talking about one person who has tendered his resignation. You're talking about a plethora of people. Even Malema has sort of like a confirmed that in public. I think Jimmy Manyu has also left. There are other people who are also in the pipeline or might be leaving soon. So it's really a blow. I mean, the party has had a downward electoral trajectory of late in the recent general elections. So now this, it's a blow. But I don't think that the fallout between the two leaders covers a short period of time. I think it covers a long period of time, because last year, I can't remember when it was, we saw Malema taking a swipe at Floyd that if ever he poses a threat to him, he will deal with him. So that was an expression of a conflict between the two of them.
It's interesting because I just want to pause there for a second, and Julius Malema did his level best today to cut the philosophical, political sage of the party. But language is important, and it was picked up here in studio as well, where he says, we've anticipated leaders who are double packing, as he called it, wanting to leave the party, but in the same breath says, what's happened here with Floyd comes unexpectedly, comes as a surprise. It can't be both.
Look, I mean, you don't need to be a psychologist to see that he is really, in pain. He's with a broken heart. He says that Floyd has resigned from himself because Floyd was not just a member, but a brother. And he has made a provision that if ever he wants to come back, he can come back. And he acknowledges that is not in the provisions of the constitution of the party. So you can see that he goes back a long way with the fellow.
The EFF went from nothing to more than 1 million voters in one fell swoop. They fell back after these elections, now no longer even the third biggest party in South Africa. I go back to the words that Julius Malema used post the May elections, where he said, if this is who we are, then so be it. If this is the level of support that the economic freedom fighters with their priority areas of policy should be, then so be it. And again, that tone has come through today. But where does this leave, this idea of the EFF?
Yeah, when the party came into power, I mean, not into power, but when it rose to prominence, it was like a house on fire. They've never been in power. So they've always projected themselves as a government in waiting. And they've gone from strength to strength. I mean, the guys, when they were established in 2014, in few months, they were able to get a sizable number of seats in parliament, which was 6%. And then they grew by another 6%, which made them to have 12%, which was a significant growth. But I think hell broke loose in the previous local government elections. I think they didn't do well. But I get the sense that there have been some policy positions that don't reflect the rank and file of the party. The leadership was asked about its position regarding foreign nationals and even decisions to deploy people in parliament. They've had this tendency of taking people who are prominent, deploying them, recalling other people. And I have been asked to participate in some of their discussions about philosophical and ideological issues, to clarify this and that. And I could hear discontentment within the rank and file of the party regarding the application of democratic centralism. That where do you draw the line? Does democratic centralism mean that you take decisions on top, bring them down to the bottom without public participation or without the inclusion of the views of the rank and file? But I never saw it coming that it will turn out this way.
But put us in the mind of an EFF supporter right now, because Julius Malema spoke to them directly as he wrapped up proceedings today. Whilst Floyd Shivambu was saying that it doesn't matter where I go, as long as I am in the progressive movement post the elections. It speaks then of the relevance still of the EFF in this progressive movement as it's coined itself. And what the supporters of the Red Firebrands should be doing with their political support right now. Because if Floyd Shivambu is to be believed, you might as well go to the old man, to the MK, and support there. You're going to have the same outcome.
I think the chickens are coming home to roost, because the alliance that the party has had with Jacob Zuma has been a project gone wrong. What brought them together, let's be honest, was their hatred towards Ramaphosa. And they thought that they could join forces to unleash an attack on him. While I don't know, there were some bilateral discussions between the MK party and Floyd. No, I mean, you can't tell me that he just decided to cross over or to jump ship. So it looks like there have been discussions in private between the two, but this relationship started with their partnership with Jacob Zuma with an intention of posing a threat to the ANC. That's why I'm saying it has been a project gone wrong.
Professor Ntsikelelo Breakfast, thank you very much for your time. Even with your name, it is way past lunch, and a very interesting lunch hour indeed. He's the director for the Center for Security, Peace and Conflict Resolution, and we would love to get your views as well. Perhaps send us an SMS or give us a call, 0860 002 and your WhatsApp voice notes on 0826923909. Let's talk.
AVBOB is sharing mutual value with AVBOB members like never before. Introducing AVBOB Member Rewards. Qualifying AVBOB members now enjoy even more benefits. Don't miss out on your chance to get rewarded. Visit the AVBOB website to learn more, or simply register on the AVBOB self-service portal at selfservice.avbob.co.za to opt in, or visit your nearest AVBOB branch for assistance.
SAFM Sport with John Gericka.
Busy lunch hour.
I'm just going to squeeze in here quickly.
Busy afternoon. Right. There's a test match we need to start with as well today, John.
4 o'clock start, Windies against South Africa. There's a chance of rain. It's hot for the Proteas, but there's a chance of thunderstorms. The important thing with this match is the Test Championship race. West Indies rooted bottom of the points table. They're seeking their second win in the championship. The drawn first test means South Africa will face each of their next 7 tests in this cycle as a must-win. If they manage a perfect record, chances of qualifying for the final will be almost certain. Let's hear from Captain Temba Bavuma.
Yeah, I think it is important. I guess to be honest, like any other game, it is important. If I look at our goal when we came here to the Caribbean is to win the series, so we have to do so in the next game. We can't control the elements or the weather or anything like that. What we can control is how well we play and how we rock up, and that's what we'll be trying to do again. We'll have a look at the wicket and try to select a team that speaks to that. But that's really all that we can control and focus on.
5 changes to the Wallaby side for the second Rugby Championship test against the Boks. Angus Bell comes in at loosehead prop. Nick White earns his first start of the campaign along with Noah Lolasia at halfback for the 7th time at international level. And Coach Joe Smith's looking for an improved performance from his side.
You know, when you're trying to get access into a game, a 9-4 penalty count in the first half just meant that we just couldn't get a foothold in the attacking half. And you know, you live life in your own half or your own 22 long enough with the Springbok. It's pretty hard to stop them scoring. Not that I admired the way the players scrambled, and I thought we saved a couple of situations that looked like they could have scored from, and then fought our way back off the line to get back into the game.
The Premiership will kick off. This local Premiership will kick off on the weekend of the 14th and 15th of September. That was announced today. Still a full month to wait for you to warm up. Starts with the Tshwane derby between Sundowns and SuperSport United. Kylian Mbappe has played 1 game for Real Madrid. He already has a trophy. The France captain scored the second as Real beat Atalanta 2-0 to lift a record 6th UEFA Super Cup. And in boxing news, this is big news. Imane Khalif has filed a lawsuit over alleged cyberbullying during the Paris Olympic Games. Her lawyer, Nabil Boudi, says the author J.K. Rowling and ex-owner Elon Musk will be named in the lawsuit following comments that they made about her on social media. It's not really sure about whether they will actually be able to stand trial because they're not foreign nationals, but prosecutors could press charges against those who sent messages on French soil. And just quickly, I was hoping to play a soundbite of 18-year-old Bayanda Walaza. He won silver, remember, in the 4x100 meter relay. This time last week he was in green and gold. Today he's back in his school uniform, but he's getting plenty more.
Beautiful moment on our SABC news coverage this morning of his return to school, and I love that they put the medal around his mom's neck this morning and not his, just to remind him who is boss. So, let's just get some feedback before we say goodbye. It's been a frenetic hour, but this is what you have to say about what is trending in South Africa, the word Floyd.
Hi Udo, this is Salim from Durban. The departure of Floyd Shivambu from the EFF is a bit unsettling. It would seem that, it's a very big loss for the EFF. and now he joins the MK. Obviously, Malema is a very strong leader, and he's the only leader in a political field that can take people head on. But right now, I think ex-President Zuma is using members of the other political parties to join him, but I think he also has a mission to try to destroy the EFF.
So which political party has had its MPs list changed more than any other before Parliament sat? Well, we know the answer to that one. And how many more people will be leaving the EFF? We heard from Julius Malema this afternoon saying many others will leave EFF. Those were his exact words as a result of their loyalty to the Deputy President Floyd Shivambu, who today has officially announced that he is leaving the Economic Freedom Fighters. On that note, I'll be back in for Sakina tomorrow between 12 and 1 here on Update at noon. Goodbye.
Top stories: Shivambu quits EFF to join MK party and case against 95 Libyan nationals withdrawn. With the news, I am Dino Daun. Good afternoon. EFF Deputy President and co-founder of the party, Floyd Shivambu, is leaving his current political home for newly formed Umkhonto Wesizwe MK party. Shivambu has confirmed his departure from the EFF at a press briefing at the party's headquarters in Johannesburg a short while ago. He has served as the party's deputy president since its inception 11 years ago. Shivambu says that he will actively serve in the MK party and shape the direction and the politics of the party.
There is no specific position that have been assigned to me. There is no commitment or any promise of deployment to parliament or to anything. It's a decision that I have taken, and I think and believe that it will add meaningful value to the progressive and revolutionary politics that must be pursued by all the progressive forces in South Africa.
Defense Counsel Charles Mnisi in the Senzo Meyiwa trial continues to poke holes at the evidence by cell phone data analyst Colonel Lambertus Steyn. Steyn has been recalled to the stand to try and give clarity on his evidence pertaining to calls allegedly between Meyiwa's former girlfriend Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5 Fizokuhle Ntuli prior to the murder. Ntuli and 4 others are on trial at the High Court in Pretoria for the 2014 murder of the Bafana captain. The recall comes after Vodacom's Pinky Vaithillingham could not verify the 2 calls Steyn testified about. Nisi is taking Steyn through Vodacom's data. In other news, the National Prosecuting Authority has officially withdrawn the case against the 95 Libyan nationals who were arrested last month at a suspected military training camp in Masoyi, north of White River, Mpumalanga. The matter has been handed over to the Home Affairs Department. NPA spokesperson Monica Nyoswa says going forward, an administration process will be taken for them to be deported.
After the National Prosecuting Authority looked at the evidence contained in the docket and the representations made by the lawyers of the accused, a decision was taken for the charges to be withdrawn against all the accused, which is 95 Libyans.
Moving to the Eastern Cape, a social worker has been deployed to the Enyobeni inquest underway at the East London Regional Court sitting in Mdantsane. The social worker will provide psychosocial services to the witness who broke down in tears after being given an album with photos to identify a deceased patron at Enyobeni Tavern. The witness, Piwe Chabalala, has told the court that she's now in a better state to continue with her testimony. The 26-year-old Chabalala was a patron at the tavern on the night in question. On the night, 21 young people lost their lives at the Scenery Park-based tavern in 2022. Lastly, a new round of Gaza ceasefire negotiations are due to get underway today in Doha, but with no sign that Hamas is willing to join the talks, the expectations are low. The BBC's Jenny Hill has the details.
Hamas says it won't participate in the talks, accusing the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of adding new conditions to earlier proposals, which he denies. Mediators face a number of potential sticking points, including control of the Philadelphia corridor, a strip of land along Gaza's border with Egypt, and the return of displaced Palestinian civilians to northern Gaza. The director of the CIA, William Burns, will reportedly join the talks, which are being described by some in Israel as a last chance to agree a deal.
Recapping the top story this hour, EFF Deputy President and co-founder of the party, Floyd Shivambu, is leaving his current political home for newly formed Umkhonto weSizwe Party. It lands at 1:30 for SFM News. I am Dino Motaung.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
Sometimes I shave my legs and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I comb my hair and sometimes I won't. Depending on how the wind blows, I might even paint my toes. It really just depends on whatever feels good in my soul. Not the average girl from your video, and I ain't built like a supermodel, but I learned to love myself unconditionally because I am a queen. I'm not the average girl from your video. My worth is not determined by the price of my clothes. No matter what I'm wearing, I will always be in the army. When I look in the mirror, the only one there is me. Every freckle on my face is where it's supposed to be. And I know I created it and make no mistakes on me. My feet, my thighs, my lips, my eyes, I'm loving what I see. I'm not the average girl from your video, and I ain't built like a supermodel, but I learned to love myself unconditionally because I am a queen. I'm not the average girl from your video. My worth is not determined by the price of my clothes. No matter what I'm wearing, I will always be in the army. Am I less of a lady if I don't wear pantyhose? My mama said a lady ain't what she wears but what she knows. But I've drawn the conclusion it's all an illusion. Confusion's the name of the game. A misconception, mass deception. Something's gotta change. Don't be offended, this is all my opinion. Ain't nothing that I'm saying, Lord. This is a true confession of a life learned lesson I was sent here to share with y'all. So get in where you fit and go on and shine. Clear your mind, now's the time. Put your salt on the shelf, go on and love yourself, cause everything's gonna be alright. Not the average girl from your video, and I ain't built like a supermodel, but I learned to love myself unconditionally because I am a queen. Not the average girl from your video. My worth is not determined by the price of my clothes. No matter what I'm wearing, I can always be in the arena. Keep your fancy drinks and your expensive minks. I don't need that to have a good time. Keep your expensive car and your caviar. All I need is my guitar. Keep your crystal and your pistol. I'd rather have a pretty piece of crystal. Don't need your silicone, I prefer